no, we don't want you to be good. Like if we got the $600 billion from
Or
Saudi
he just didn't
Arabia,
actually go through the legal
1.2
process
trillion
of
from
setting up the policy. That's what it is.
1.2 trillion from Qatar. Like we're just waiting on these things. And when it happens, you're just gonna be like, oh, that happened. I guess good for Trump. But like, that's a 1.2 trillion dollars from Qatar, United Emirates 1.4 trillion, Japan 1 trillion, South Korea 100,
Galaxy. What
450
you're not
billion.
understanding is you're not comparing to what it would have been otherwise. And if we don't have imposed tariffs, there'd be a greater likelihood of them engaging in greater levels of investment. So you're simultaneously saying it's better
only
for foreign
reason they
countries.
pledged
You're
those
simultaneously saying it's better for foreign countries to invest into our country, while saying that we should tariff those countries and disincentivize the trade with those countries, which would mitigate
No.
and reduce the level of investment that they have in our country.
The
Think about
only
what you're
reason they
saying.
pledged those is because of the tariffs. They were scared.
No, that's not true. That's not,
It
it's
is true. I'm
it's
reading
not
it
true.
right now.
So listen, they pledge it out loud is different from what they would have done otherwise. So think about this way. Think about it this way. They're pledging it out loud. They're saying it, and Trump's taking oh, I did this. This is so great. This is happening because of me. No, this is just an investment that happened under the administration. If Biden did this, right, he could have claimed $1 trillion investment coming here, $1 trillion investment there. Oh my God, investments into this country like you've never seen before. I'm telling you, this country like you've never seen before. I'm telling you. This country like you've never seen before. I'm telling you. Like I'm what 12?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's lagging like crazy.
I'm sorry. It does this every morning just for like a second, and like I check my internet and it's completely fine. Watch, I'm gonna check my internet. It's gonna be.
No,
completely
I've
fine.
been watching. It's.
Yeah, my internet is totally fine.
Are you on Ethernet?
Yeah.
What the
It's. I swear there's
Like,
something. I don't know what it is. I like every day.
Wait,
like,
are you
it's in the
streaming on
morning
another
time.
phone?
I'm on my computer.
Oh, yeah, then I have no idea. That's crazy if you're on Ethernet. Must be LA.
Crazy, right? I don't know. Mary, thank you so much for all the galaxies. Thank you.
No,
It
but
should be- it
like
should
I
be better
was
now.
saying, yeah, Biden paid companies to come here instead of like making them come here.
Okay,
Sorry.
so and that's incentivizing them to come here, right? Isn't that incentivizing a greater level of investment? Isn't
By
that
adding
doing
debt
exactly
to our
what you said you wanted
by
to?
adding, but they were adding debt. Biden was adding debt by getting people to come
He
here.
signed off
Trump
on
is
significantly less debt. Trump signed off on 4 trillion more debt under his administration comparative to the Biden
But what was that
administration.
for?
Wait, now you're asking
What was
it's
that debt?
for. Massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires.
To incentivize manufacturing.
Oh, now it's
I mean,
to
that's what
incentivize
he
manufacturing,
says.
but it was bad when Biden was doing it.
It was different.
Well, I'm confused. You just said it was bad when Biden was doing it because it was adding to the debt. And then I actually showed you Trump signed off on more debt, and then you're saying it was beneficial to the manufacturing.
Well, but
under
wasn't
Trump's-
it for
but under Trump's
fracking
first
and
term?
oil?
But by the way, under Trump's first term, we had a decline in real manufacturing investment. So it was so great for the manufacturing investment of this country that it declined the manufacturing investment.
You don't think any of that had to do with COVID?
No, because it was happening prior to COVID.
At what rate? I haven't heard that.
Okay, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. I apologize for the random lag, everyone. I'm getting my internet checked out today. I am. Before my next live, I'm getting my internet checked out, I promise.
Who do you have?
I'm not going to say.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So net change. It says pre-COVID it was up 3%.
Pre-COVID, it was up 3%. No.
Yeah.
You want me to show you the real manufacturing investment?
It says From
You're not taking-
2017 to
you're not
2020.
you're not accounting for inflation.
Yeah, do you have a graph?
Yeah, I do. And I'm pretty sure Dean showed you the same graph, by the way.
Well, he only showed me the Biden.
No, he showed you before too. I'm pretty sure at least. Wait, were you the one claiming bounce back?
Yes,
you were.
yes.
Yes, you were. I'm sorry. I need to talk about how stupid that was. Okay. This is ridiculous. Okay. I want you to take a look at this graph real quick. Okay. This is when Trump got in office right here. You see? You see how it was declining? There's a slight increase right here, but it started declining.
Okay, yeah.
That was all before COVID. This is all before COVID.
Yeah.
Declining all before COVID. And then this is when COVID starts.
COVID hit.
So there's a slight decline after COVID, but it was already on that trend before throughout the whole administration. Secondly, like you said that there was
it started
a bounce
to go
back.
up right
Let's see.
before
This is what it
COVID.
was before COVID. So if it was a bounce back, wouldn't it just come up to the same level? Why would it go all the way up here? Like seriously, it wouldn't just come up to the same level right here. And if it was bounced back to under what it was under Obama, right, it would have come up to here. But no, it wasn't even bounced back for the COVID. It wasn't even bounced back for Obama. It was new growth. All new growth. Look at this. All new growth. Okay,
It's
not even bounce back.
Here, go to right before COVID.
Okay.
It was on an uptrend of 3%.
That's a downtrend. Come on, this is an obvious downtrend.
Yeah, wait, back up.
Wait, this is way prior. 2019 quarter four
What?
is when we were going into COVID.
Yeah, and it started to go down.
No, this is prior to COVID. I mean, like we did. This is when lockdown started. Was the next month after. So it continued on the trend down and actually plateaued during COVID. And then started increasing under Biden. Massively. Still under COVID, by the way. Massively increasing. So this was already a trend down.
Well, he obviously wasn't doing the incentives that Biden had. Like, you just have look at what Biden was incentivizing. He was giving people hundreds of thousands of dollars just to invest in the American market. And Trump is proposing to do that with his tariff revenue.
Yeah, which is a worse way of funding that, and Trump hasn't even set up to do that. Plus, his funding is literally paused. So how's he going to do it if his funding is paused? Doesn't that seem like a significantly worse
his
revenue
funding is
mechanism
paused
for like
because of the
increasing?
courts.
Wait, I'm sorry. Isn't that like a significantly slower revenue mechanism? We'd be able to easily get the revenue mechanism if we just tax billionaires and millionaires, right?
Well, but the incentives were adding debt.
What? No, Trump was adding more debt.
Through that one bill, but I'm talking about like specifically subsidies. Like, who was adding debt through subsidies, Biden or Trump?
Who was adding debt through subsidies?
Yes.
It was specifically going to be both sides. Both sides had subsidies, but Trump adds more debt as a whole overall.
Was it overall debt or was it just new debt overall?
This was new debt signed into law.
Because Biden had overall more debt, but not overall
true.
new debt.
No, because you're talking about debt incurred, not debt signed into law. Debt incurred.
That's what I'm saying.
A lot of that debt incurred under Biden was because of policies signed into law by Trump. Like through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, it was incurring debt under the Biden administration, but it was because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you on. I don't think Trump is doing the tariffs the right way, but I mean, I've been reading a lot about it. I mean, I think there should be a way to add manufacturing and get a revenue source without just adding on to debt. Like, I know you're saying Trump added more
So
debt.
what is that? What is that mechanism?
this
Because
isn't
it
the-
seems like you're doing that. You said that we should do that through Trump's administration, through investing in manufacturing. But apparently, when Biden does it, then it's an issue. And by the way, Trump didn't even actually
I just
do
think
it
it's
to
the way he
legitimate
did it.
Wait, what was the way he did it that would have been more preferable under Trump?
More targeted tariffs instead of just trying to bully people into coming to our market.
Trying to bully people into coming into our market.
I'm saying Trump is bullying people to come into our market. I'm saying he would be better if he did more targeted tariffs.
I'm sorry, but that's just not going to happen. Not going to work on a long scale, and especially in the long run. Bullying people to come back into our to trade with us is not going to make them want to trade with us more. If you try to bully your friends to get them to want to do things with you, do you think that they're going to more likely want to do things with you?
Well, why do you think Saudi Arabia and all those people?
If you were to bully your friends to do things with you, would your friends want to do things with you more or less?
They wouldn't want to, but they might do it.
They wouldn't want to. So that's literally exactly what he's doing with our allies. He's bullying them, right? And that makes them not want to engage with us, and that's why they're literally boycotting our products.
I mean, but the reason we had those countries pledge us money is because of the tariffs. That is 100% true.
You said they pledged more money. It was because of the tariffs. Again, when you're saying more money, you're not taking into account what they would have traded with us and otherwise. This is like
probably not this month.
It's like
I mean, these are all new deals.
This is like bullying one of your friends, stealing
about
some of their lunch money, and then being like, "Haha, I have more money now." When in reality, in the future, like you already had like a deal where you guys were like trading, and you would have gotten more money in the long run. Specifically,
nobody was talking about a $1.2 trillion investment from Qatar until Trump was doing tariffs.
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry.
I said, I don't think anybody was thinking Qatar or Saudi Arabia or the United Emirates were going to give us trillions of dollars before these tariffs. That just wasn't going to happen.
They already were trading. Do you look at the level of trade?
Yeah, and way less,
look
like
at the
$9 billion.
No, look at the level of trade that they had with the United States prior to these points. And also, again, in terms of the trade specifically, that doesn't mean at all that we have overall increased trade, okay? These could be specifically bribes that are relating to Donald Trump. We don't even know if it's increasing trade overall. If we look at manufacturing investment, that has declined. Real manufacturing investment has declined. If you want to look at trade as a whole, right, if you want to look at it, right, it's likely to decline because tariffs imposed reduce the level of trade between nations. I'm sorry, I don't know how many more times I can tell you this. At this point, you have to be able to understand it at this point.
No, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but like we've had Hyundai just started bringing jobs back here. Like they're starting to do this. It's only been not even a year, and you guys are talking about
they already had development for bringing jobs to the country. Like they already had like profitable development in the U.S. And that's all.
Yeah,
Trump is literally just taking. He's like, oh my God, I did this, and he didn't do it.
So who incentivized Hyundai and these other car companies specifically to come here? You're saying Biden did that?
I'm saying that it already existed. The American market already incentivized them to do it.
I just can't see that happening. Like these people are saying this is because of Trump. Like Honda, like I know specifically Hyundai is reshoring.
They're claiming that because Trump says and tells them to do that, and that's most profitable for them to do as a firm, because it is the case that they're likely will get better conditions with the government, because it is the case that they are kissing up to Trump.
I mean, if you think it, like that's an opinion, though. You don't know that they're just kissing up to Trump. Maybe they actually feel incentivized. That's what best evidence
indicates. I told you overall it decreased in terms of the level of incentive. So you have to use your brain. You have to critically think here.
Like I said, I don't think he's going about it the right way, but I do think tariffs are a good way and a good revenue source. And
I've
we can
already gone through this with you. I've told you they're a horrible revenue source. Not only are they a horrible revenue source because of where they're getting the revenue from, but you can't even use it right now because it's frozen, because it's such a horrible revenue source.
Then why did Biden keep like a bunch of these bipartisan tariff bills?
Those are targeted tariffs, not universalized tariffs.
Well, that's what I said. We should be doing more targeted
tariffs are not for revenue.
They're to incentivize people to come here.
So if targeted tariffs are, yes, to incentivize domestic manufacturing within specialized industries, not within every single industry.
Yeah, specifically.
which would increase the cost of domestic manufacturing.
In what way? How would that increase the cost?
How would what increase the cost?
Bringing domestic manufacturing back. How would that
Oh,
increase the cost?
because the aspects they use within the production process come from countries around the world, whether they be materials, right, and different aspects of the process to produce.
Well, like I said earlier, the whole point is to make all the prices equal. So we don't have to go buy from China, so we can buy here. Or other places will start to buy from us. Nobody's buying anything from the US. Nobody's buying cars from the US. We're all buying from China. The plan, I'm not saying it's 100% good right now, but the outcome is good. Like, do you not want us to be a manufacturing powerhouse?
We've already gone over this point. The manufacturing increased to a greater extent under Biden. Okay, if you want us to be a quote-unquote manufacturing powerhouse, then you wouldn't support Trump, where it declined under his administration.
I don't. The manufacturing jobs, was it not a lot tied to the CHIPS Act?
Which is something passed under Biden.
No, I'm saying the
And it
CHIPS
was
Act
also
was bad.
increasing.
Though.
It was also increasing prior to the CHIPS Act as well. You can't show me how it was bad.
Like I said earlier, a lot of these wind turbine places are shutting down. The ones that he put into law are
Only
shutting down.
because of Trump ending the subsidies, right?
No,
Like,
because they weren't
don't blame
sufficient.
it on the Biden-Harris administration for things specifically imposed by the Trump administration.
I'm pretty sure they shut down because they weren't producing enough energy. Like, they weren't efficient.
So there being one place that shut down because they're not efficient, right, is not specifically indicating that across the board they're not efficient. We've already had this argument. At this point, would you like to provide anything new before I go on to the next person?
I mean, yeah, tariffs isn't my main argument, but
What's your main argument?
mass immigration.
Okay. Why is mass immigration bad?
Because it lowers American wages, unskilled American wages, not skilled.
Okay. So then can I ask you this question? So you're saying legal immigration is bad?
Any type of mass immigration, legal or not.
Okay. So any level, when is it mass immigration? At what point?
Well, we can look before the IRCA era, where we were only letting in like around 100 to 300,000 people a year, and they would come in at certain times, and it'd be certain groups, and we would let them in how we saw fit, and that actually worked. And then after 1986, the IRCA Act was put in place, mass amnesty, right? You would think that
Have I
we
already
would
had
see
this
a
conversation
decrease.
with you on this? Yeah, I think we've literally already had this dialogue and conversation. Here's my question. What is the point of coming up here and having the same conversation over and over again? Genuinely. What is going through your mind? What's the point of that?
It's not the same.
We've already given you a
conversation.
response to these points. Are you just trying to do this for fun or something? What's the point?
I'm trying to prove that mass amnesty doesn't work. It only works if we
You didn't. We've
protect our
already
borders.
disproven this a million times.
No, you haven't.
What was my?
I have.
I've already given you a response to this. I'm not going to do the same conversation again. I'm done. This whole time we've been going over things that were very similar to what people were talking about. Or we already were talking about already. And I showed you multiple times already, and I was very patient with you to show you that they were
You
wrong.
haven't showed me any source that mass amnesty decreases or increases wages or does any positive effect. It actually is worse for immigrants. It decreases their wage more.
So do you think that increasing the population as a whole decreases wages?
Decreasing population would not decrease wages.
No. Do you think increasing population decreases wages?
No, that's
No?
not how it works.
No?
No, because not everybody
how
is
would an increasing
unskilled.
population within this context reduce wages? And also, if we're talking about people who are in the country undocumented and they're already getting lower wages right now, if we give them a pathway to citizenship, that means they'll be accepting higher wages. How the hell would that reduce wages? Explain that one to me. How would it reduce
Well,
wages? They're right now accepting lower wages. If we give them legal citizenship, they will now be able to get higher wages. They won't even be able to accept such low wages. So how the hell would it reduce wages? Explain that one to me.
because there's more immigrants coming in undocumented.
What? They're
Like,
already in the country. We're talking about people already who are undocumented in the country. We're talking about mass amnesty. We're talking about people who are already present within the country.
Okay, if you look at the data, it actually shows people who are newly legalized have a higher rate of unemployment, not having a job, and they have to become skilled workers. And actually,
That's
the
just not
wage
true.
increase,
Legal
the
immigrants
wage
actually have a
increase-
higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. Where'd you get that information from?
newly legalized immigrants through amnesty
What's your source?
have a higher unemployment rate than people who are
Wait.
not.
Through forced conditions, legal immigrants as a whole have higher labor force participation rates.
People that came here legally to begin with, because I'm telling you, the people that know English and can do these things, yes, their wages will increase because they're skilled workers. But people who
I'm
don't,
sorry, I don't know
and
why
who
you're
didn't
associating
pass high
not knowing
school-
English with being unskilled, right? I don't know what you're talking about. That's ridiculous for you to say. You know, there are plenty of communities in the United States that speak different languages than English. Did you know that? Or are you just finding this out today?
I'm telling you specifically, English.
answer the question.
English-speaking immigrants are getting higher
Did you
paid
just
wages.
find out today that there are specific communities in the United States where people don't even speak English? Did you know that?
I know
the
that,
first time
yeah.
you found this out? So then they would be able to work in communities in which people specifically who aren't speaking English speak different languages, and they speak the same language as everyone else, right? And it is the case that they are competing in the context of those markets, right? Which, if you speak English and you don't speak that language, you aren't competing in that market. That's a certain local market you're not even competing in. How is it going to affect your wages?
No, I'll tell you, because when they become legal and they're not going to accept that lower wages, the people that are coming illegally are just going to take that job at a lower wage, which affects.
No, wait. So
mass
if they're in
amnesty
the, so
affects
listen. They're in the
illegal
country
immigrant
undocumented,
or undocumented
and they're
immigrants.
listen. They're in the country undocumented. They're accepting a low wage under the minimum wage because it is the case that that's what they are specifically getting at the time. Because they are then given access to a legal pathway to citizenship, they now can't accept anything below minimum wage, so are now accepting a higher wage.
But
How
they're
is
going to
that
have to
reducing
find a
wages?
new job. Is my thing. That job
now they're
gonna
stealing
pay
the
them
jobs.
more.
Now they're stealing it. So is it the case that they're reducing wages, or are they stealing the jobs? Which one is it?
I'm telling you, if they become legalized, they're not going to work that same job. And that job is just going to find another undocumented worker to pay less.
No, because we have a pathway to citizenship for people. So why would people go through the process undocumented if they haven't committed a violent crime and bad crime, and they can get a better wage if they just go through the legal process where they don't have to leave the country? Explain to me why they would do that.
Like I'm saying, they won't be able to work their job. They're going to have to go find a new job, which raises unemployment. Do you not understand that?
It doesn't raise unemployment because there's a greater amount of people specifically within the economy that are demanding goods and services, right, to a greater extent. Therefore, it is the case that they would then therefore create more jobs within the context of the market. If you're saying that you have an issue with unemployment going up, well, then you have an issue with Trump imposing tariffs because unemployment's gone up since Trump has done so. The jobs report was so bad that Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he claimed that there was politically biased information relating to the jobs report. Then he put someone new into the office, and they clearly indicated, right, even less jobs than what we saw prior.
My point, you can look this up. I mean, I'm not just pulling this out my ass.
You are.
People who are newly.
Chat, here's a real question. Do you want me They're currently talking about Tylenol. Okay. I think a lot of people are saying cabinet meeting. We'll do it for a little bit, and then we'll go on to debates, everybody. We'll do it for a little bit, and then go on to debates. I don't want to do it for very long. I might get bored, to be honest, because like they're just fucking crazy. But we'll see. Let me pull it up. I'm pulling it up. Give me 1 second, everybody. I am trying to fix it. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Give me 1 second. We're pulling it up on the screen right now. This is from C-SPAN, so we're all good. Alrighty. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull it up, and I'll try to put it on screen so that people can see it. Very fine.
At one point, I guess the company gave a warning. They gave.
They still don't recommend it during pregnancy. That's the weird thing.
They're not recommending it, and that's the company itself.
Here we are. Give me 1 sec, chat.
Just don't take it. Don't take it. If
He's telling people not to take Tylenol right now. What a fucking insane
I think
maniac.
that's going to have an impact. But I'd also get the shots in smaller doses. There are a few things, we gave a few things that just seem to be, I think you'd get that number way back up. Think of it. You have 1 in 20,000, and now it's not even believable when you think that 20,000 drops to 12 children. So that's induced by something that's given or taken, and it should be able to be stopped. And you're talking about the Pennsylvania Dutch. You were talking about the Amish, where they don't take any of this stuff, and they have virtually none, right? They have no autism. No autism.
Bro.
So we're doing something very bad. Somebody's been given...
Okay, so there's a Swedish study with 2.5 million people that they go over indicating no association between Tylenol usage and autism after taking into account things such as literally genetics and siblings. And now he's claiming because they have lower rates of diagnosed autism within the context of certain communities, that is the case that like that's because of certain aspects of their communities, which have honestly no relation, and there's no studies to indicate this.
Smaller number. In Germany, they give a much smaller, like 28 vaccines. That's a lot too.
Like Amish communities having lower diagnosed autism does not mean that it is the case that, like that's because of the fact that they don't use vaccines or they don't use Tylenol. Like that's crazy.
See that result in the
Correlation doesn't equal causation.
people have heard us loud and clear. That's why I bring it up again. That's why I asked you to talk about it, because this is a horrible thing. And if you don't take it, I mean, you have to tough it through sometimes. There are other things you can do, but you have to tough it out. It's easy for me to say. But I think you're going to see numbers that will be it'll be so significantly improved, and maybe fully improved. I mean, there's something there. There's something going on, and we have to address it. And so I'm addressing it the best I can as a non-doctor.
We have to address it while the government's currently fucking shut down. What is this guy saying? What?
A lot of people are calling to give you the Nobel Peace Prize after this peace deal that you managed to achieve in the Middle East.
I'm sorry. Like the fact that they just like people are talking about giving him like some type of fucking national recognition is just absolutely insane. The Nobel Peace Prize. If the Nobel Peace Prize goes to Trump, I lose all faith in humanity, by the way. I lose absolutely 100% faith in humanity. Insane. If he gets that's actually crazy.
So I will do it if they want me to. They have asked me to do it. Thank you.
Families of hostages are out in the streets in Israel dancing and crying tears
They're
of
all
joy.
dancing in the streets. Right now they're dancing in the streets. They're so happy. Everybody's happy. They're dancing in the streets of Arab countries, Muslim countries. I've never seen anything like it. Everybody is happy. It's been really amazing. Thank you.
I don't think everybody's happy. I don't know what he's saying. What the fuck?
Deployed to Gaza soon. Do you expect that Pakistan, Turkey, other countries to contribute forces? Has that become firmed up? And also on the shutdown.
People are asking, is this recent? This is live right now.
Support for a temporary extension of the deal to end the shutdown happening.
Well, I see the deal just getting extended as we continue to talk, but we're willing to pay because we're paying. You know, it's very simple. We're paying. And the Democrats are the ones that cause this problem. And it's a big problem for them, and they have a lot of break in their ranks. But so I see that, you know.
How's he always going to blame the Dems, bro?
But we want to get back before we do this. We don't want to have a gun held to our head. We don't like that. And the public doesn't like it either. So we want to get back. And I think it's going to work out. I think it's going to work out very well. It's something that shouldn't have happened. This was supposed to take place before the election. You know, this was supposed to take place on
Is it just me, or does he look a little bit extra orange today? Is that just me, chat?
Right now, this is
Maybe it's the
actually
lighting?
something that shouldn't have even happened. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, looking ahead, what guarantees Hamas disarms and that Israel doesn't resume bombing once the hostages
Well,
are
the first thing
released?
we're doing is getting our hostages back, okay? And that's what people wanted more than anything else. They wanted these hostages back that have lived in hell like nobody has ever even dreamt possible. And after that, we'll see. But they've agreed to things, and I think it's going to move along pretty well.
But what is phase two? When does
I'm
it
not going
begin?
to talk about that because you sort of know what phase two is, but there will be disarming, there will be pullbacks, there will be a lot of things that are happening. You know, I gave you a whole list of 22 different things that will take place. And I think it'll take place, and I think you're going to end up with peace in the Middle East. But we have to get our hostages back. And we weren't going to do it at the end. We're going to do it at the beginning. We said we want them at the beginning. We're not doing it. You know, we got the hostages back. We did, as a group with Steve and Jared and Marco and me and all of us. We got the hostages back. We got many of them back. Many, unfortunately, were dead. But we got.
Really funny how he doesn't talk about JD Vance being involved in anything, right? Must be vacationing and spending his time on the couch, right?
With their husbands, families, wives. Many of them, they celebrate all over. They're the ones that are celebrating the loudest. They're all over. There are a lot of them that we got out. But the last 20, and I always said the last ones are going to be the most difficult. But it's been a very big deal getting the hostages out. But the rest is going to take place too.
And can you promise Palestinians they will be able to stay?
Well, they know exactly what we're doing. We're going to create something where people can live. You can't live right now in Gaza.
Whoa,
the place is
why didn't he answer that question?
Situation. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So yeah, we're going to create better conditions for people. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, excuse me, what?
But the question was, can they return? And he didn't answer. That was a complete dodge.
Well, we're going to work with very wealthy countries that love people, frankly. I know them very well. They love people, but they love Arab people, and they love Muslims, and they love, I think right now they love everybody, and they're immensely wealthy, and they're going to be involved in putting up money, and for them it's a small amount of money. For somebody else it's a large amount of money, but you know, these are the wealthiest countries in the world, and they'll be very much involved in making it as good as possible.
And what's your take now on a two-state solution, sir? Just to follow up on that. What is your view now on a two-state solution for the?
I don't have a view. I'm going to go with what they agree to.
Mr. President, given that there
Just
are
whatever they agree
provisions
to?
for Israel in this agreement, are you at all concerned that Bibi Netanyahu may not continue in his post? He may be deposed.
The Bibi may go a little bit out of whack.
That he may no longer be prime minister when this is over.
Look, that's politics. It could be. I don't know. I think he's very popular right now. He's much more popular today than he was 5 days ago. I can
What?
right now.
Bro thinks that Netanyahu is popular? What?
Bibi's become. This has been a very good thing. I don't think he did it for that reason. Okay, but I think. Just looking as an analyst would look at this, I think Bibi should be very popular right now.
What will happen if
What? That was one of the most unhinged and insane things I've heard him say ever. What do you fucking mean? What do you mean Bibi Netanyahu is currently popular? Where? Where is he popular? What?
Most of them are. Actually, the bodies are a bigger problem. Because some of the bodies are going to be a little bit hard to find.
He said, Netanyahu is so popular in my mind, I tell you, quite frankly, very popular in my mind. I can't find anything else to say that, please trust me, please, when I tell you that he's very popular, very, very much so, you should believe that,
I think
right?
it's going to be overly big. The situation with the bodies, you know, they say 20, 28. Some are going to be a little bit hard to find. But we're going to do the best we can. Yeah, please.
if they don't find them within the time frame?
Please.
Thank you, sir. Regarding Jared Kushner's role in the negotiations, can you explain a little bit about why he came on at the last minute? And then in regards to the WIC program that the Vice President mentioned, do you know when the funding that you promised through the tariff revenue will actually go through to communities? Because there's reports that WIC providers are actually starting to close down today.
Well, okay, let me just answer the Jared. So Jared's a very smart guy. He did the Abraham Accords. As some people say, the Abraham, which I love the way that sounds, but he did the Abraham Accords. It was a great thing. 4 big countries joined. If I were president, if the election would have been a correct election, which it wasn't, you'd have every country in there. Maybe even Iran would have been in there, frankly. But you'd have every country in. Now, by the way, that's going to be filled up rather quickly. People want to join the Abraham Accords. And I put Jared there because he's a very smart person. And he knows the region, knows the people, knows a lot of the players. And the combination of him and Steve Witkoff and Marco and Cooper, who is, as I hear, is.
Whenever he calls someone smart, everyone, I just think of the quote, "Smart people don't like me, so they must not like you, Trump, huh?"
Smart group of people working. We had a lot of different players, different countries, and very diverse countries, very different from each other. They had certain things in common, but they had a lot of things, mostly things that were not at all common to their countries. So we had a very smart group of people. These are high IQ people. Okay, I talk about how many low.
Oh,
IQ
I bet Trump
people we
knows
have
how
in
to
our
identify
government.
high IQ
We got
people,
some
right?
real low ones, but some shockingly low. But these are very
Shockingly
high
low? You
IQ
mean
people,
yourself?
And that's what we want. I like high IQ people.
Mr. President,
Yeah, until you don't like
can I ask you
yourself.
about the China. You're meeting with President Xi. The Chinese have.
Oh my God, can somebody clip that? He likes high IQ people. Can someone clip that? We're going to put that right after the point where he says, "Smart people don't like me. I like high IQ people."
I haven't been briefed on it. The export. I mean, look, we have the ultimate export. We have import, and we have export. We import from China massive amounts, and maybe we'll have to stop doing that. But I don't know exactly what it is. Neither do you. Neither does anybody. It's a little bit soon. I just heard about it. So Scott and Howard will figure that out, and I'm sure we'll be able to handle it.
Can I ask you about the soybeans? What is the plan to help farmers? Is it direct checks? Is it tax? Have you sorted that out yet?
Well, what happens with soybeans is we're going to see more and more, I think, opening up. And part of the reason that we'll be discussing, he's got things that he wants to discuss with me.
More
and
opening
I have
up?
things that I want to discuss with him. And one of the things is soybeans. I had a great deal with China where they would buy $50 billion worth of our farm product and manufacturing and other things, but farm product. And it was going along well. Then when the election turned out to be a rigged election and we had the wrong guy to get in there, he didn't do anything about it. I used to call up President Xi every 2 weeks, or I'd call up people in China, say, you got to keep going. You're not buying the amount that you agreed to. And
It is 2025, and this unhinged old man is literally still saying the election was rigged in 2020.
Ended up to 50 billion, 50. And it was great.
Did he forget that he
when
lost?
Biden got in, they just never adhered to the agreement, and nobody in Biden's group, as you can imagine, did anything about it. So it just sat there for 4 years, and they didn't.
How is he blaming Democrats for the fact that China is not buying any of our soybeans or agricultural products because you fucking tariffed them? How the hell does that have to do with anything with Democrats?
You're a little, or I appreciate it. Oftentimes I'd say, thank you very much. You are totally adhering to the agreement. But we had an agreement they would buy $50 billion worth of our product, mostly farm product.
Now they're buying zero.
And remember I said to the farmers, buy larger tractors and more land. And that's exactly what happened. They did well. But we do suffer. I'd like you to discuss that maybe for a second, Brooke. Sure. Very quickly, by the way.
Yes, sir.
But would you just talk about how Biden let us down? Biden, every single thing, every problem the farmer has.
What about
because
Bidenism?
Biden didn't do anything for 4 years. Go ahead.
No, I think that's
What?
First of all, in term
farming was
one,
doing great under Biden. What is he
worked on
talking
it
about?
So hard and opened up markets, but especially this term. But here's what everyone has to understand: the farm economy is in a very uncertain time. But that isn't because of the current trade negotiations, although certainly the China part is part of that. But we inherited a slew of issues. First of all, as the president said, when we left Trump 1, we had an agriculture trade surplus. When we came back for Trump 2, it was a $50 billion ag deficit. That isn't everything, that's just agriculture. The second part is the cost of inputs for our farmers increased on average between 30 and 38%, but that includes fertilizer, it includes fuel, it includes interest rates, it includes labor. All of this came about under Joe Biden, a 47% increase in the cost of labor that now Secretary Chavez-DeRimmer and Noam and I are working on. Fuel is coming down, thank you. Interest rates, thankfully, are coming down. A 73% increase in interest rates for our farmers. They couldn't get loans to make sure that they could.
The interest rates are high right now because they literally have imposed tariffs, putting upward pressure on prices.
Is this, that we're moving into an era of rural prosperity, of a golden age for our farmers in rural America. The trade renegotiations and the trade realignment that Jameson and Scott and Howard have led.
The tariffs, I promise you they're helping you, even though now China's not buying any of your products anymore. I know you can't sell your products, but I promise you we're going through a golden age.
The president has committed, if we need a bridge, he has talked about that to get us from the Biden years to the new Trump era. That's what we're working on every day. We've got to get the government reopened so that we can move forward on that. And once we do...
I wonder who Trump said's fault is for the government not being open right now.
Long term, we have to change this hamster wheel of government. We've got to ensure that the farmers have the market to sell, and it's a national security issue and onshoring a lot of the food as well.
Okay,
so, sir, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I think that's enough. The country is doing very well. Thank you very much, everybody.
The country is not doing very well.
Thank you. Let's go, guys. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Head out, guys. Thank you.
Oh, is he kicking them out?
Thanks, guys.
He might be kicking them out now. Oh, he's kicking out the reporters. He's just kicking out the reporters. Okay. He said, "You're done." Okay, wait, hold
Later
up.
Today, former Treasury Secretaries Jack Lew and Stephen Mnuchin will be speaking.
What the fuck is this? Okay, is it going to take us to something completely different now? Here, I'll close this for now. That was unhinged. That was fucking unhinged. I'm sorry. What the hell just happened? What just happened, bro? He just went up there. What was the point of this? What was the point of this, like, cabinet meeting? He literally just went up there. He spread misinformation about, like, Tylenol usage during pregnancy, saying that it causes autism, talking about how if we were more like Amish people, that it would specifically lead to less autism, because it is the case that somehow he's associating the lower levels of diagnosed autism in the community, in the Amish community, to be relative to them, like, not using Tylenol or vaccines. Like, it's crazy. Like, I mean, I don't know if he would make that same association for the usage of technology, right? Is he saying the usage of technology would also cause that as well? Maybe he would. That would be crazy, right? But that's also something that you could say based upon that same correlation causation fallacy. That's obviously absurd. What is going on? That's our president. He still was, like, saying that the election was stolen with absolutely no evidence. Absolutely unhinged. Absolutely unhinged. What type of fucking world do we live in? All to blame Democrats and Biden. That was crazy. All right, we're going to go on to the debates again, because it seems like they're done with their little fucking press conference for now. Or wait, are they back? Or I'll keep check on that. I'm going to thank some people in the meantime. I have a few people to thank. Shang Li, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. On PayPal, thank you so much. Louise, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Valerie with the $20 as well. Thank you so much, Valerie. Good to W's for Louise, Valerie, and Shang Li. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Angie, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, yes, I did. Sophia, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as thank you for the $5, Odessa. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah, thank you for the $10. And Andrea, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you. Alrighty. Let me go on to the next person for debates real quick. We'll thank some people on YouTube once we get the person up for debates. Let's get it going. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. I'll keep update. I think that they are done with the press conference now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, Parker.
Hello? Push the Viking hammer. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 28.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do. I actually came on here to ask you a question.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
It would be Trump. Like I said, I just came on here to ask you a quick question.
Are you here to debate or no?
Not today. I debated your friend Dean for 2 hours the other day.
Okay. I am just looking for some debates. One of the criteria on the screen is that you are ready to debate. So we are just looking for some debates.
Parker, I loved your streams.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Thank you for the October. Thank you. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Let me change the YouTube title back to just Parker Debates Trump Supporters Live. Let's get another Trump supporter up real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I don't know if we'll get any Trump supporters after them just watching Trump on the live stream. I don't know how they could support Trump after just watching that. That was crazy.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Let me say thank you to a few people real quick, and then we'll go on to our debates. Sage, thank you for the $5. I did notice that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, I did see that you said that. W's for Sage in the comment section. I will make sure to look for that. Make sure to let me know. Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Dimension, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. TT, thank you so much for the $2. Kenneth, thank you so much for the 10 euros. Thank you so much. Piper, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Saint, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. SGH, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Julene, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Thank you so much, Julene. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Libby with the $20. Val, thank you for the autumn leaves. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it as always. Thank you. Seriously though, thank you so much, Libby. Jeannie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Sandra, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Sandra. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Moo, thank you for the £5. Thank you so much. Lovey, thank you for the $10. Absolutely. On the 18th, there's a No Kings protest. Absolutely. Be safe. Randon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up, everybody. All right, so why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump because I wanted him to implode America.
Are you driving?
No, my sister is.
Okay. Implode. So are you ideologically left?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's a waste of time for me to have a conversation with you genuinely. You want to harm marginalized communities and you want to implode the country in order to hopefully get some possible, progressive revolution, which we don't have any good reason is going to happen. If we can't do it through voting, I don't know why we'd be able to do it through that mechanism. Also, that gives the fascists just as much of an ability to be able to do that as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 44.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. Why so? If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump, would you either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
Because he's improving American safety, which the head of the executive branch, that's her
Oh,
number one
I've talked to you
priority
before. I've totally talked to you before.
Are you going to kick me? Can we just talk?
Can you read?
I've been denied 0 for 5.
Can you read?
Yeah, why do you support Trump?
No. Under only request if.
Yeah, I only requested if I support Trump.
If you were 18 plus, American, currently MAGA, one time only,
44.
meaning you've never
Yep.
been on the live before, and ready to debate. You've already been on the
even
debate
when you
before.
didn't have that, you
You've already been on the debate before, so seems like you didn't look at the rules before you decided to come up on the stream. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
How are you, mate? Can you hear me? I'm 20 years old.
What state do you live in?
Pennsylvania.
Okay, what time is it?
It's 1:23 p.m.
Okay. Can you name 3 cities in Pennsylvania?
Philadelphia, Harrisburg. That's about it. I don't know. I just moved 2 years ago.
Only 2? Okay, can you name... Okay, yeah, I'm only 2, by the way. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. He said, "What's up, Mike?" And I was like, okay, let me make sure that you're in the U.S. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alexander, thank you for the $5. I hope you move more towards the left, man. I hope you move more towards the left. Chastity, thank you so much for the $2. Liz with the $25. Thank you so much, Liz. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
How old are you?
23.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why so?
Just because he's improving the border, improving safety of Americans and everything like that.
Okay. How is he improving the border and the safety of Americans?
He's getting illegal immigrants out of the country.
Undocumented immigrants out of the country. Undocumented immigrants the country. Okay, all right. So undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime or drug crime or property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. So the idea that specifically removing undocumented immigrants would be better for safety would be ridiculous to me. I think that improving the border would also include making the immigration system go significantly quicker, because right now it takes years on average, plus around $10,000 plus in order to be able to get in the country, which I think is obviously ridiculous. And I think that incentivizes people to go through the process undocumented. So I think the best way to incentivize people to go through the process documented and through the legal process is by specifically providing a legal pathway to citizenship for people in the country undocumented already who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, where they do not have to leave the country, so that we have more people who are going to be vetted in the country who are already here, plus by providing a legal pathway that's significantly quicker. So taking the money that they put into militarizing ICE, instead of putting that money into militarized ICE, putting that money specifically into like making the immigration system go significantly quicker through immigration judges and immigration officials that specifically will speed up the vetting process.
And just to be specific, like just people that are committing crimes and stuff, like I don't like that they're just doing everyone in general, you know what I mean? Like just people that are actually committing the crimes should be the ones deported.
Okay, so you have people who've committed a violent crime or a bad crime. I don't have an issue with them being deported on the condition that they're going to be put in a prison in another country. But like when it comes to people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, if they just committed the crime of coming to the country undocumented, which is a misdemeanor, I don't think that they should be punished for that crime. I don't think every law is enforced. We're currently on an app right now that's currently banned by the government, and it's not being enforced to be banned. There are plenty of different laws we can point to, especially like, for example, jaywalking, where if it doesn't affect the safety and security of anyone, then like, we wouldn't care for it to be enforced. There are plenty of other laws that we view like that. And I think that undocumented immigration coming to the country, if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, is exactly like that, because our current legal immigration process takes too long to come to the country.
Gotcha.
So I guess like where do you stand in terms of that? Like, do you think that the conditions I just brought up are better for improving the border and safety for Americans compared to Trump's plans?
Well, I just didn't like how open the the border was under the Biden administration. I mean, everyone was coming in. I saw for myself down there by the Mexican border. Everyone was just coming in.
So the border wasn't necessarily open, right? Like in the way that you're talking, you just meant more people were coming to our country. The reason why more people were coming to our country is because economic insecurity that exists around the world because of global inflation, right? That's one thing. So people were coming to the United States for economic security. Secondly, we can point to the fact that there was a backlog of people under COVID. So like that's also why there was a greater amount of people that came under the Biden-Harris administration. But like outside of that context, again, the best way to incentivize people to go through the vetting process and said legal process is to incentivize people to go through the legal process by providing a quicker legal pathway to citizenship. And Democrats have been advocating for that, whereas Republicans like Donald Trump specifically have been more likely to be against it and have actually called people in Congress to undermine something like the bipartisan border bill that would have addressed conditions at the border.
These comments are funny.
So I guess like, could you name like a policy of Trump's that you do like? Hello, I can't hear you when you're outside of the app. Okay, if you're on YouTube, everybody hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes on TikTok, and let's try to get to 1,000 likes on YouTube. He just left, by the way, so we're going to go into the next person real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. By the way, everyone, just letting everyone know, I should be live later on today as well. I'm going live for a few hours here this morning, and probably until Dean hops on. And then later on, I think like 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, I should be on debating again for a few hours. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What state do you live in?
Texas.
What time is it?
I don't know. I'm British.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes so much sense. Yeah, let's go to the next person. Appreciate it. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 34.
Do you support Donald Trump?
To an extent, yeah.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'm a convicted felon, so I can't vote anyway, so my voice doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, I meant like if you could go back in time and depending on the state you're in, you can vote.
If you have restoration of rights, sure. Between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, definitely Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, all she did was work on her book for 4 years and didn't do anything.
She didn't work on a book for 4 years. Secondly,
well,
no wonder why you would vote for the convicted felon. I mean, you're a convicted felon yourself. Felons loving felons, right?
Not exactly. He's not a real felon, man. He didn't eat a tray.
He's not a real felon. He was convicted and sentenced. He's a real felon.
He didn't eat a tray. He didn't sleep in a cot. He didn't go out on the rec yard. He didn't take a shower. He didn't have to squat and cough. Just because he took a fucking picture doesn't mean he's a felon, bro.
So he is a felon. He was convicted and sentenced. That means he's a convicted felon.
Dude, it's all puppet shows. What did Julius Caesar say? Give him bread and circus.
What do you mean by quote-unquote puppet shows?
Well, for instance, this whole Epstein list thing.
Yeah, why isn't Trump dropping it?
He said at the beginning that he would release the files when he became president. Obviously, that's just a drag.
Whoa, so why do you support him?
Well, I don't really support either. I'm a convicted felon. Again, I don't have a voice.
So if you could go back in time, you wouldn't vote? If
I could go back in time, I wouldn't be a convicted felon, but I'm not a time traveler, dude. I live in my reality.
Yeah, dude. Well, you don't live in my guest box anymore. So let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Are you driving?
I'm in a truck, yep.
So are you driving, though? Or are you just sitting in the truck?
Nope. Sitting in an idle truck.
Okay. So if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay. So Trump, why so?
Because our borders are safer, the drug rates are dropping, pedophiles aren't being sponsored by government. Which one?
What do you mean? They're the president. What do you mean? There's a P3DO in the Oval Office.
How is it the president?
He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, dude. He said his daughter. He said his daughter. He said his daughter. Wait, listen.
You take stuff out of text.
Listen. He said that himself. He said that his daughter has always been voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. So he thinks that his daughter has always been curvy and sexually attractive. He said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, right? And said he had sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf.
Again, you guys take stuff out of context because that's what you do.
What was out of context?
Watch a full video or clip.
I'll play the clip.
I haven't seen a Howard Stern.
Do you want to hear the clips?
I'm listening, waiting.
Okay, I'll pull it up. I got you.
Thank you, everyone. Donald, author and mother, your father, it's right cringeworthy.
My daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her.
6.
I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know.
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird. Stop. You know what? You are sick.
Far from protecting his daughter from being talked about as a sex object, he has encouraged it multiple times on Howard Stern's radio show in 2004 and then again in 2006.
By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's tall. She's almost 6 feet tall.
In May, Ivanka.
How do you feel about that?
You didn't call her a piece of ass. Howard Stern did, and I don't agree with that.
He said yeah to her being a piece of ass.
I didn't hear him say yeah.
You want me to play it again?
Yeah.
By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous.
I heard him just.
He said yeah. He literally said yeah.
I didn't hear him agree. Okay, anyway.
A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more.
All right, anyway. Well, like I said,
he agreed with his daughter being a piece of ass.
It is.
He also
I didn't hear
is he going to drop the Epstein files? When is Trump dropping the Epstein files?
Why didn't Biden drop them?
Okay. Why?
Biden also had the opportunity for 4 years.
They were sealed, and he also didn't run on dropping them.
Unsealed, right?
He released what he could. He showed that Trump was on the flight logs.
He didn't prove that Trump was on the flight logs.
Yes, he did. They dropped that he was on the flight logs while he was running. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's just say that is a fact. It's also been proven there was lots of other people that never even went to the island that was on the flights too, because Epstein was a real estate mogul and so forth. So they unfortunately communicated potentially.
No, Trump said that he was his closest friend for 10 to 15 years. Same with Epstein. They both indicated that. He also said that Epstein was a terrific guy and he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. And he's also talked about pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell, who's literally a convicted sex trafficker, child sex trafficar.
And see, I've seen that, but I haven't heard it. Seen it, haven't heard it from him.
Okay, well, you can literally see, you can look up specifically what he said, right, as it relates to that, if you'd like to go look it up.
And when I got an opportunity, I'll do that.
Okay, well, then why don't you do that?
I will, and I'll get back on tonight with your little predecessor.
Are you driving now?
I am.
Yep. That doesn't sound very idle to me. That does not sound very idle to me. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Yeah, hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in
He's
time,
doing a lot of good stuff.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
Because he's doing a lot of good stuff.
Such as?
He's getting rid of the criminals in Chicago because he's calling in the military to get rid of all the gangs and stuff and drugs.
I'm sorry, why doesn't he do this to any of the red states he actually has jurisdiction over? Because he can't send the National Guard to areas in which the governor has said that they do not want the National Guard to be sent there. So he's literally sending the Texas National Guard to another state instead of dealing with Texas or with any other red state that he has jurisdiction over, that have higher murder rates, that have higher rates of violent crime. Why doesn't he send them to any of those red states? Oh, he just left. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
You don't have to have that information.
Okay. Are you driving?
Yep.
Okay, you got to come on when you're not driving. It's TikTok TOS. TikTok TOS. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
So, based probably on policies, I would think Kamala, just for the simple fact of tariffs not being implemented.
Kamala, based. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, what the fuck is going on? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Yo, you gotta have the last word, bro. You just cut me off like
Kyle,
that earlier.
Kyle, why are you so mad, bro? You're spamming in the comment section that I'm panhandling now.
You are, bro. You are.
You
How
got
much
beat in
money
a
you
debate
make?
so bad. You got beat in a debate so bad that now you have to spam
You
in the
didn't
comment
beat
section.
me at anything. You hung up on me, bro. You didn't
Why'd I
beat
hang
me.
up
You
on
hung
you?
up. Well, because you were being a little girl. You know?
Why do you want to? Why did you say that? That's like really fucking misogynistic and weird.
Oh my gosh, bro. Really? You gonna throw those words out there?
Yeah. You're literally trying to say
So anyways,
it's an
why do you
insult to be a
support
girl.
Kamala Harris?
No, don't do
You
that.
want more
Don't
free
do
money?
that. Don't do that. Why did I cut you off?
Why did you cut me off?
Answer the question. Do you know?
Because you have to have the last word. That's why I said you like a girl. You have to have the last word. Damn, they blown them comments up, ain't
But
they?
you're trying to use that as like an insult. That's like really weird.
How?
And like, dude, now you're like you're sitting in the comment section. You're so triggered that you're like, panhandler. Ah! Oh my god. Like it's really
You're
weird.
really
I don't-
dramatic, bro.
I don't know why you're doing that. I mean, well, you're the one
You're so
spamming it in the
dramatic.
comment section, and I'm dramatic.
Yeah, well, hey, that's what TikTok's for, is to put comments and stuff like that. Wait, you got something against free speech?
Taro, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. By the way, it's not free speech. It's free speech for me to mute you. How do you like it? Go ahead, try.
No, that's called censoring.
No, that's free speech. It's free because it's my platform. It's my free speech. I have the free speech rights to mute you in my own TikTok live.
That makes you a
Free speech. Free speech.
dictator.
Free speech, dude.
You're like a mini
I'm all
dictator.
about free speech. I'm all about promoting free speech.
You're
right?
like your own little
Free speech, dude. It's my own platform. Free speech.
dictator.
Free speech. Oh, you voted for a dictator on day one. That's what he claimed about himself.
I don't vote. I'm a felon, bro. What do you not listen to when people speak? I can't vote, dude. And he's not a real felon because he's your
But you
commander in
just-
chief.
you literally just said
You're
that you.
such-
Oh, actually, wait. Hold up. Sorry, I was mistaking you for someone else. You said that you wouldn't vote. That's why I kicked you.
No, I said I can't vote.
No, you said if you could go back in time that you wouldn't vote.
No, I said I would pick him. I said over Kamala Harris.
You still would?
Kamala Harris didn't do anything during her administration. Now she's on this book tour promoting her entire administration through the book, and she didn't achieve anything. They gave away freaking money, man. What was it? The American Rescue Plan? How much money did that drown us in debt?
Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt related compared to the Biden-Harris administration.
At the beginning of COVID, he was inheriting, or didn't inherit, but he received a pandemic at the beginning of his administration. He had to do something.
No,
Biden didn't have to do that, and all of them should have been trying to provide more jobs for our economy.
Well, they did. So Trump's economy right now is leading to less new jobs. That's what the jobs report has indicated, comparative to what we saw under the Biden-Harris administration. Secondly, if you want to look
that's
at
because of automation. Are you that slow,
No,
bro?
it has
It's
nothing to do- it has
automation.
automation didn't just change
Do you
overnight.
go to Sheetz or Wawa
Automation
gas
did not
station
change
or
overnight.
CVS?
Automation is not the reason why we're
Answer
seeing
the
less
question.
jobs
Did
now.
you go to Sheetz or Wawa? Do you go to any gas station? Do you go to self-checkout lines at Walmart, Target? Those used to be people working there, bagging your stuff. You don't have that anymore, bro.
Yes, I
What
do.
are you talking about?
Every place I go to still has people that do that, and they also
You know
have.
what? Once we get off this little chat, I'm gonna go to Walmart, and I'm gonna make a video of all the little sheep lining up at the self-checkout lines, not going to the people getting their stuff bagged.
Hey,
all right?
I think there are genuine reasons to go to self-checkout lines. Like a lot of people.
What?
deal
You're
with-
in a rush?
No, people deal with social anxiety. Do you know what
Oh.
social anxiety is?
Well, yeah. Well, after I lost my arm, I was a little socially awkward because I didn't feel comfortable around people at first. But now I don't really give a fuck, to be honest, bro.
So like, there could be other reasons. So people can have social anxiety and they don't want to specifically go and have to engage with people because it is the case that they get anxiety with engaging with people in public.
Well,
I'm one
don't
of those
they just
people.
shop on Amazon?
Sometimes I still have to get things in public too, like in person. And by the way, you understand that you understand that not everywhere has self-checkout, and even so, that doesn't change anything. That's like you
I
arguing.
don't know. I went to
I have a
Bojangles
question. Would
yesterday,
you-
bro, to get some chicken. And at the Bojangles line, when I pulled up to place my order, it was an AI that took my freaking order, not even a human. So I don't
That's
really
not
know
the
what
reason
you're
why
saying.
that is not the reason why there's less jobs reports numbers.
That-
the reason why
hold
we have
on,
less
bro.
jobs
Hold
reports
on.
in the
You're
numbers is
saying
because
that
the reason why we have less jobs in the terms of the jobs report numbers is because Donald Trump imposed tariffs. That's why. And
a lot of presidents have imposed tariffs on other
not
nations.
to this degree. Not to this degree. This is the largest set of increase in tariffs in American history.
Okay, so he's being ballsy about what he's doing.
No, this isn't ballsy. This is specifically
gold prices
worse
going
for the
up.
country. It's literally just it's shifting
are
the
you
burden of
buying
taxation
gold
from
at
those
least?
that are higher income to those that are lower income. Looking for money specifically for his campaign. Is that panhandling?
Nah, him selling Bibles is panhandling, bro.
So Trump is a panhandler under your view.
Dude, no, he's just a scam artist, bro. There's a big difference.
By the way,
between the dude standing out there trying to buy some toilet
under your
paper.
view, every single salesman is a panhandler. What?
No, that's not what I said, dude. Dude, I used to sell.
Every single salesperson under your view is a panhandler.
That is. Well, I mean, some sales jobs is just straight, Yeah,
Obviously,
like
your definition doesn't make
America,
any sense there.
Pyramid scam, insurance.
So what you're
companies.
doing is you're protecting a panhandling, grifter, scam artist, con artist
How am I
that
protecting
is a
him,
traitor
bro?
to this
I didn't
country.
vote. I didn't vote, bro. How am I protecting him?
You're
Don't put words in
advocating
my
for him.
mouth.
You're advocating for him.
I'm advocating for change because something has to be done. We can't keep living the same old
This is not good
bullcrap.
change. This is not good change. This is bad change.
No, Obama was good change.
Okay, and this is bad change.
To an extent.
He just conceded. You just conceded. Yeah, Democrats are good change.
To an extent.
Republicans bad change, right?
To an extent, yeah.
Okay, so then you support Democrats, right? Patty, thank you for the $10.
I really
Thank you so
can't
much.
support either
Jamie
party,
with the $5
'cause
for the
both parties-
panhandling. Thank you very much. Bethany, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Bethany. I really
Hey, y'all,
appreciate
can I
it.
get like $10? I need to get a window for my camper.
Are you now panhandling?
Hey man, we trying out here, ain't we?
Kyle, that was really cringe.
I thought it was
that
funny.
was so ironic. It was ironic that you're calling that out and then doing it yourself.
You damn right, man. Hey man, we gotta swing. We gotta swing. Take a bat at it. Yeah. All right. So why do you support?
Hey, Kyle, how about you get a job, buddy?
I wish someone would hire me.
How about you get a
bro.
job, Kyle? How about you get a real job, buddy?
I wish.
Marie, thank you so
someone
much. I
would
really
hire
appreciate the
me.
$2. Thank you. How about you get a
Thank
fucking
you.
real job, buddy?
I don't have a job, actually. I live on disability, and Virginia has an error rate of 11.86%, which means food stamps from our state is going to be cut because
Wait,
of the big bill.
So then why do you support? Oh, holy shit! Then you definitely are against Trump. Holy fuck.
Yeah,
By the way,
but see, I was
your
smart
food
at
stamp
18 and I started buying gold when it was $900 an ounce. So I'm ready for what's happening, bro. If they're going to switch everything over to a digital currency, they have to collapse our dollar, right?
No, they can just transfer the digital. It's already mostly digital in our economy right now.
How do you transfer a fiat currency? You can't transfer trust.
Fiat currency can easily be made digital. What? There's no issue in making fiat currency digital.
You think so?
Yeah.
The what is it? CBDC
you understand it's already mostly digital, right?
But we have all the other nations like the BRICS alliance that is also doing the same thing. And a lot of
are you trying to say like a gold
nations
standard is necessary? No, it's not. We don't get any benefit from a gold standard.
Oh, well, I think that's when our country went downhill and then we started shipping all of our jobs to China and then saying China's a communist party, but then all of our crap comes from them. So, I mean, we're calling the kettle black, ain't we? Pot calling kettle black. Get the phrase right, Kyle.
I don't even know what you're saying. That made no sense to me. Gabby, thank you so much for the $10 for your pans handle. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jade, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
So you don't agree we've sent all of our jobs overseas?
We didn't send our jobs overseas. Over time, the conditions of the market change and different industries are prevalent at different degrees in the context of the United States. Do you think that the United States is always going to have the same makeup of industries?
No, we're always changing. Well, sort
Exactly.
of.
You just
It's sort of. I mean, the farming industry will still always be the same unless we no longer.
No, it won't.
tell
Technology
farmers
changes
not
over
to grow
time.
certain
Technology
crops and-
vastly changes over time. If you think farming is the same right now as it was 100 years ago, I'm sorry, but what the hell is going on in your brain?
Wait, hold on. Obviously, the harvesting of the crops is not done the same, bro. The planting of the crops, no, we're not using slaves to do it anymore. We have machines to do it, dude.
Yeah, so
of course.
So
Come
yes,
on,
we
man.
have there's technology increases, right?
Of course. And those technologies do what? They take away jobs. True or false?
I think they changed the conditions of how we uphold jobs, right? Like, for example, think about it this way. The Industrial Revolution, right? Did it take away jobs? Sure. Some jobs existed in the past prior to the Industrial Revolution that don't exist now, but it changed the different types of jobs that we engage with now, right? There's like, so you have to understand that there is going to be technological advancements, and actually technological advancements are good to a certain degree. But we obviously want to regulate it, but we want technological advancements, even though they're going to change the way that jobs currently exist as of right now, because it overall increases the quality of life of everyone within society. Technology is so important, and we should not say no to technology just because it's going to change how jobs currently exist as of right now currently. We just need to create social safety nets and safety nets for people if they fall through the cracks of the system, given that there's a change in the innovation of our society.
Okay,
Right? So
all right.
that's what
If
I'm
there's-
advocating for. That's what Democrats are advocating for, and Republicans
if
are
there's
not.
if there's an advancement of technology, that means those 20 people that were once harvesting that crop are no longer there harvesting that crop. You have a machine harvesting that crop, which means you no longer have tax dollars from the employment of each one of those harvesters. It's going to a machine, which is going to a corporation. It's limiting the amount of tax dollars. Yes, absolutely. No. There should not. I wouldn't tax corporations more. I would create you should. If we're going to have an automated economy, then we should have a bill to amend to like the Code of Virginia relating to employment taxes and corporate responsibility in an automated economy. If jobs are going to start cutting human workers due to self-checkout line harvesting machines, then they should have to carry the tax burden that once those employees were paying. Otherwise, your social safety nets and your everything else is going to go downhill. You're not going to have anything to pave your roads.
No issue with that.
So I think we have to be a lot more innovative.
You
about the way
just
that we
advocated
go.
for increasing taxes on corporations.
I did not say increase taxes on corporate. If corporations
You
are not
just said
having to
that.
pay listen to what I'm saying. If corporations are not having to pay hourly wages to those employees because they have a machine, that machine replaces them, they have to pay the taxes to which that human once was working. Does that make sense? They don't.
So your increases.
It's still making money. They're just having to pay
taxes
the
on them.
cost of the tax.
You're still increasing taxes on their company, which is fine. That's good.
To an extent, but it's more taxing the machine that is doing the work, if that makes sense.
That's fine.
Yeah. So I just think we got to be a little
Still
bit more
taxing the
smarter.
company, but
But it's third party because third party, like Walmart's not developing these machines. Other companies are making them.
wow,
so that's
dude,
the
you're so
company
close to
taxing.
becoming a socialist.
Now
You're talking about the method of production. Are you now going to start arguing? Maybe the workers should have some type of control over the means of production, or
I mean, don't we when we form unions?
Unions don't necessarily do that. They create bargaining power.
For who? The dude that sits in the office and doesn't really do any work besides put some donuts on the table and some coffee and says, "Hey guys, we're gonna have a union meeting."
No, the union creates conditions where workers can come together and bargain for higher wages.
How has that been working out for Starbucks, CVS, Walgreens? How has it been working out for those employees?
You understand that if you talk about like the unions of different companies, there's been a lot of like union busting that's happened in the United States, but unions are like very important for providing labor protections and providing better conditions for labor standards in the United States, especially historically. But we've had a reduction in the level of unions since the implementation of trickle-down economics because it's not as profitable for large companies because they can't exploit you as
believe in
much.
trickle-down
You're advocating
economics?
for higher wages. No.
You believe in trickle-down economics?
No.
You believe that? You don't.
It's garbage.
You don't believe that we inherit from last presidencies or last administrations at all?
That's not what trickle-down economics means.
Okay.
Okay, do you want me to tell you what trickle-down economics is?
Yeah, please elaborate on what you define it as.
Essentially, the idea of trickle-down economics is if you give tax breaks to rich people, to wealthy individuals, to people that own businesses, they'll pass it down to the workers through the context of employment, right, and through the context of increased wages, which is obviously ridiculous because they'll only do that because
I
of the
wouldn't
fact that they have
define
a profit incentive to do that. If they don't have a profit incentive to do that, they won't do that because their fiduciary responsibility is to increase the profits for the shareholders.
Right. Understood. I still wouldn't consider that trickle-down economics because trickle-down, sort of benefits the economics of our society, not, the capitalistic side.
What do you mean by trickle-down economics?
Well, all right. So, like, for instance, when Obama was in office, he created the communications where everybody got free cell phones, the Obama phone program, right?
What?
So
everyone did not get a free cell phone.
Well, everybody that was broke got a free cell phone. I know my ass got one, bro. What you talking about?
People who need it. Not everyone got a free cell phone. People who need it got a cell phone.
Our
That would be a good
mommy
thing.
and daddy definitely didn't get a free cell phone and make too much money. But you see what I'm saying? He provided free communication so everybody had a device that
Wait, can you
needed.
tell me what year that was?
I believe he put that in where 2010 or 2009. One of those two. I don't know. It was a while ago. This is back when I was in high school, man. But anyways, when he did that, it caused a massive influx in the cellular industry that raised prices to cell phones. So we do have that. And that would be a trickle-down economics effect by administrations. And also...
that's not what trickle-down economics is.
Obama's wife, when she
one's
the
saying
health
that other
in
no
the
one's
public school to have better food, it actually raised the cost to those meals at the public schools for healthier items. I believe in healthier foods, but I also think our kids should be learning to cultivate their own stuff in greenhouses.
So, the real history of the policy that you're advocating, that you're talking about, was
you had to
established
Google it. Cool.
was established in 1985 under Reagan, which provided discounts on what's it called, landline phone service, and then the program was modernized and expanded through the Telecommunications Act of 1996 under Bill Clinton, and the program was expanded to include wireless cell phones in 2005 under George Bush, years before Obama took office.
Where'd you read that at?
Govfax.org. I can tell you the title. Do you qualify for a free government phone? Check your eligibility.
Well, I knew there was past phases where it was implemented before for, you know, landlines and whatnot, but interesting.
Okay.
Nice. Good job, Parker.
Of course.
So why do you support Harris, though?
Yeah, because she was advocating for better policies for working class Americans and people in need, whereas Donald Trump was advocating for policies to benefit rich and wealthy Americans at the expense of the working class. So if we want to look at Kamala Harris, she was advocating for an increase in the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. When implemented in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan, which was COVID emergency policy, it reduced childhood poverty by 45% when implemented. We can also point to the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes to help stimulate the building of houses in places where people want to live. We can also point to the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, a $35 cap on insulin for those that are on, for everyone, not just for those that are on Medicare. So those are specific policies that she was advocating for that I thought were good.
I thought both sides were trying to do that insulin cut.
No, Trump was just trying to do it for parts of Medicare. And then she expanded it through the Inflation Reduction Act to all of Medicare, and then was advocating for this administration to do it for everyone.
How much money would all of her desires, how much would that have cost us? Would it be the
cost
same
us
amount?
$4 trillion less than Trump on a central estimate in terms of debt-related spending. According to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, a bipartisan committee from the federal government.
Like, I have no problem giving out people having free money because, I live on disability. Y'all feed me, man. So
I mean, I think we should be taking care of you, given that you need it, of course, right? Like that's what you need. I think we should be taking care of you, and I think that Republicans advocating for policies to make it harder for people who are disabled to be able to get access to the care they need, and for specifically people as a whole in terms of getting access to the food and health care that they need, I think is ridiculous. I think food is a right. Everyone should get food in this country. No one should starve to death. No one should starve in this country, especially children. And I also believe that healthcare is a human right. Every single person in this country should be able to get access to healthcare and health insurance, as we all need it. And if we do not provide health insurance for everyone within the context of our society, 45 to 68,000 American lives will be lost every single year due to the lack of health insurance, and currently are under our system right now because people do not get the adequate access to health insurance that they need, and because they don't get preventative health care, it increases the likelihood of chronic disease in the long run because we don't catch it earlier on, which would allow for us to respond to it for cheaper means, right, and specifically better conditions in terms of the health of the individual. Plus, it would actually be like less costly. Universal healthcare systems that exist around the world spend almost half as much as we do specifically on our healthcare costs per individual, per capita, and they have better average health outcomes. Hell, if you look at the system we have right now, we can maintain the current same structures for salaries, right? Just getting rid of the for-profit insurance agency between you and your doctor, and we will save money, and you'll spend less into the system, right? And you'll still have the same outcomes, if not better.
So you cut a doctor out?
No, don't cut the doctor out. Cut the for-profit health insurance company between you and your doctor out of the mix. Right? Run the insurance to the government who's not for-profit.
Yeah, I live on Medicaid. All my stuff's free. Thank you, guys.
And it should be that way. It should be that way. You need it, right? Everyone in this country should be able to get access to health insurance.
Yeah. I live on the blessed side of, I guess, the light. You know, other people.
And Trump supporters are trying to cut people off of these programs who need it, and that's the issue we're talking about. Right? We can create a society where there's social mobility, where there's abilities to, make lots of money. while also maintaining the ability that, no one in this country is going to starve to death. No one in this country is going to go without a house, right, and shelter. No one in this country is going to go without medical care and medical insurance.
Do individuals in the United States actually starve to death?
Well, historically speaking, yes, it was true. Yes. And it is...
World War II, Great Depression. Is that what you mean historically?
Historically, and I'm pretty sure there are some. Let me check.
Or just malnourished, not eating the proper diet.
Yeah, it's also that. So, holy shit.
So then we need to be blaming companies like General Mills and all of those that are pushing these products on the shelves. I mean, I kind of like what Robert F. God, I hate that guy. Is trying to do. There are healthier options for people. But again, if we're supposed to be making our country great, wouldn't the basis of doing that be changing the way our schools are ran? If we're going to be advancing in technology and jobs are going to be cut and there's not going to be as many cashiers.
There are absolutely people that die in our country due to malnutrition.
How many people?
I see here from the NIH, it says data regarding mortality due to malnutrition was extracted for the years between 1999 through 2020. And between 1999 and 2020, there's a total of 1 million malnutrition-related deaths.
What the hell are these churches doing? They're supposed to be feeding the poor.
That's crazy. That's so insane. And that number is like millions of people around the entire world every year. I don't just believe that we should end hunger here in the United States. I believe that we should end hunger around the world.
I mean, that could be easily achieved. I mean, the way they say it takes a village to raise a child, right? So maybe that's where we start, is with the younger generation, teaching them to cultivate foods in greenhouses, vertical grow, and using part of their math and science classes, physical educations.
So when Trump is defunding science and education, and he's defunding the CDC and the World Health Organization, he's defunding, food and safety regulations, right, and the EPA, and he's defunding, right, all of these different methods for us to research cancer research and other different types of scientific research and development. How are we going to be able to do that?
Where is he funneling all that money to?
Millionaires and billionaires getting tax cuts. I'm not trolling. He's taking money from the intellectuals, right, and from the research and development, and he's giving it to his big fossil fuel company friends. He's giving it to his friends that are at Wall Street, right, and are involved in making shitloads of money. That's who's making the money. We've seen income inequality continue to become worse.
In the big beautiful bill, it talks about the breakdown of the military and how the money is going to be allocated. And a lot of cutting is going directly to advancing our military, because we stirred up a lot of crap.
There's some stuff in that too, yes. And we already spend too much on the military. Like we spend over $900 billion per year, which is like way more than like practically every other nation around the world. If you look at China, the next nation, we could cut our military budget in half and still spend over $100 billion more than they do per year. 100 billion more, right, per year, and that would be after the fact that we cut it in half. We could cut it in half and still have the largest in the world by far. Why are we spending this much money into our military, especially a military that hasn't been able to pass? The DoD has not been able to pass audits. Where's the money going? If we're talking about waste spending and DOGE and government efficiency, why weren't we talking about the money going to the military? What happened to that? No one's talking about DOGE anymore.
We make around $450 billion a year selling weapons to other nations.
What's your point with that?
If all of our money is going to expand military, because back in the day we were pushing out 100 ships every 4 months. Now we could only push out 2 ships every 10 years. I think by trying to expand the finances into the military to develop more ships and military equipment.
For what? We already have we have the best and the biggest and the most amount of military equipment already.
Do we though?
Yes.
All of that stuff is old, bro.
No, it's not.
And all these bro.
Dude, we've been buying stuff throughout the entirety of the 2000s.
Do you remember when
we've spent trillions of dollars on the military?
Do you remember when Trump and Putin were in Alaska, and the jet flew over, and Putin looked up and was like, "Yeah, bro, I've seen that shit before. That bird is old." Like, no, we're not as advanced. We flex too much.
Then where the fuck is the $900 billion annual budget into the military going? Where the fuck is the money going? If we can't compete with countries that are spending less than half as much as we are per year, then what the fuck are we doing with our money?
I don't know, man. I'm a peasant. I don't know.
I'm sorry. You can figure it out, though. We have the supercomputers in our pockets. We have the critical thinking skills. You should not just think lowly of yourself because you're not in a position of power, right?
Yeah, I guess.
You can think critically. You got the ability to be able to do this. And if it is the case that we don't have the ability to match up with Russia and China spending so much less, well, then let's more efficiently spend our money, not spend more money. Let's use that money on like people who need healthcare and health insurance, and people who need food in this country, and people who literally can't pay for their bills. Right? More than half of this country is living paycheck to paycheck. Right? The idea that we should be spending money, mass levels of money, almost $1 trillion a year on our military, when we have people in our country right now that are starving. We have people in our country right now that cannot afford their medical debt and their medical bills. We have people in our country that are living on the streets that specifically do not have access to shelter. That is ridiculous, and that should not be happening. Let's take the almost $1 trillion a year that we spend on our military, let's bring it back home, and let's actually take care of Americans first. Let's actually take care of people in need first. Not the rich, not those Americans, the Americans in need, the Americans that do not have access to the basic needs that they obviously should have access to. No one in this country, the richest country in the history of the world, should go without access to free school lunch and breakfast, should go without access specifically to literally health care and health insurance and food stamps and, roads and education and child care, right? And maternity leave and paternity leave and paid vacation leave. Those things have existed around the entire world in countries around the world for decades upon decades upon decades. And if you consider us such a great country, why can't we do it when they've done it for their constituents for decades?
Well, because we spend $20,000 to repave a 100-meter road. We spend too much money on maintenance.
I'm sorry. That's just not true. That's a very small portion of our budget.
Whoa. I think you need to look at each county, especially rural communities, and the amount of tax dollars that they receive.
So then what you're saying is that we need to federalize a lot of these systems so that there's not as much waste and inefficiency on the localized level? Is that what you're saying?
I think everything should be connected in some frame, and it should be like a spider web. They should all be in communication. Like nothing.
So then you want to federalize it more. You don't want as much localized determinations.
No, I'm not much for Big Brother, but I think there could be if we're going to use technology, why can't we use technology to bind these together? Does that make sense?
Yeah, if you want to invest in the technologies, well, then you probably shouldn't be defunding them under the Trump administration. It seems like everything you support is antithetical to Trump, dude.
Hold on, he went to Japan, begged them for $5 billion to build an AI data center here in America.
Panhandling?
Yes, he was. Indeed, you're catching on, Parker. And
Actually, you're just ironic and hypocritical. It's an issue specifically when you think that I'm quote unquote asking for money when I'm not even asking for money. People are just literally being so kind and thankful that they're sending it to me because they like my content.
It's very nice of them. It's very nice. Hopefully, you buy more stuff from China.
You're so mad, bro. You're so mad.
What, bro?
Yo, Alex, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Alex on Venmo. Thank you so much.
What am I mad
I really
about,
appreciate
dude?
it. Thank you. Shanta, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Ruth, thank you for the $2 for the tariff rebate. Thank you. Thank you. Ryan with the £5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I had no idea you were handling this whole time. Please take this. Evan, thank you for the 28 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much for handling my pans. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
28 Canadian dollars.
Indigo, thank you
that,
so much.
like
I really appreciate the $5. Gabby with the $10. Thank you. Libby with the $10 for This Isn't for Kyle. What's up with Kyle's thinking? Wait, you're not even the other Kyle. What's up with Kyle's hating me getting money on TikTok Live? Like, genuinely, it's always Kyle coming up on the stream and being like, Parker, you're panhandling, you're grifting. I don't like you for making money on my on the TikTok stream. It's always Kyle.
Yeah, man. Well, have fun. Keep on keeping on, buddy. I'll talk to you later. I got shit to do.
All right, bye-bye. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Dave, thank you so much for the £12. Thank you so much. Or 12 euros. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 12 euros. Let's go to the next person real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I hate niggers.
You're gross and disgusting. What a fucking gross piece of shit. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Kelly, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Kelly, for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Kelly in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Kelly. W's for Kelly in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Kelly. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sheila, thank you for the $10. I know, right? I think he's definitely at least changing his mind to some degree. Marin with the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Marin. Can we get some W's for Marin in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat? Holy shit, that is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much, Marin. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Glampire, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Naya, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much, Naya. Can we get some W's for Naya in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Naya. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know if I could pick a favorite. It's fun to play every once in a while, though. I don't know if I could pick a favorite. I haven't really been playing games, much recently, to be honest with you. Katie, though, thank you for the $5. Thank you. W's for all the gifters. Thank you, everyone. Let's make sure to get on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's get the next person up here. Jeffrey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Wendy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Wendy. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Again, listed on the TikTok screen. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Hit that thumbs up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
46.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Still Trump.
Okay, why so?
I mean, we could go for, like, I guess, border security. I'm sure you get that a lot. Then, for instance, would you agree there's probably less border crossings right now than
Yes.
there was under Biden? And do you think, why do you think that would be?
I would say that specifically the conditions for immigration right now are significantly worse. So people specifically, likely out of fear of the country being worse, aren't coming to the country as much.
Well, are you talking about, so when you're saying immigration, are we talking about legal or illegal? So because those are two separate things. So
I'm talking about both.
So the number of people coming here legally is down?
The amount of people that want to come to the country legally is down, yes.
So the want.
Yes.
Okay. Can you name me another country right now that it has more legal immigration that's coming in right now?
Germany. Per capita.
Germany? Per capita. Okay. But the overall number. But the overall number.
Germany's a smaller country.
Sure.
So that's why I said per capita.
Okay. So that being said, but it's still the United States is predominantly dominant when it comes to immigration, correct?
And nominally, not per capita.
Not per capita. Okay. But so we're saying that the illegal immigration is down, but the legal migration is still pretty strong. Would you agree with that?
The current legal immigration is
Yeah,
strong.
the current people coming.
I
coming
actually
in.
haven't really seen much data specifically on that. Would you like to show me? Because I see 2024 statistics. I don't see further than that.
I mean, I could pull it up, but I don't have it off the top of my head. I'm trying to get your overall opinion of it. Like you don't think that the legal process is still being pretty strong, or no?
Not sure. I think that I'd have to see the data for that determination.
Okay, because I mean, for what it sounds like less people are more inclined to come here illegally, and opposed to legally now, in contrast to under.
I mean, you
Biden,
can't make that determination because you don't have the statistics on legal immigration for 2025 yet.
Well, I mean, if you want to go, for instance, we have the visas, right? Where there's, well, no, that's a separate issue. That doesn't really have to do with it. But we agree there was a big illegal migration crisis under Biden, correct or no?
Okay, I think people were coming to the country undocumented to a greater extent because of the economic security that existed around the world, and they were coming to the country in the context of the United States because of economic security. And I think that it was also because of the fact that the system legally takes too long.
Okay.
Right? If it legally takes too long, in order to be able to get to the country, it's going to incentivize people to come to the country undocumented. And then thirdly, the border that Biden inherited was less secure than the border he handed over to Trump, taking into account the amount of border crossings.
So, if that was true, then why was Biden actually selling off pieces of the border to begin with before he left the president?
The border wall to troll Trump.
To troll Trump. Oh,
Yeah.
so he was more about trolling at the end than actually border security.
I mean, the wall doesn't provide much border security. So,
if that was the case, then why are they opposing the wall in the first place?
what? I said the wall doesn't provide much border security.
Well, going by the standards of what's actually happening right now, it kind of looks like it is. Don't you think?
Say it again?
Going by the standards that are actually happening now, are we having the border wall is getting currently put up? Yes.
It's not much. The border wall is a very small
Not
portion.
much. So you think it's a
Yeah, I
coincidence?
mean, under Trump's first term, it was only 20% refurbished and 3.7% new wall. So
I'm just curious. Just one quick question. If you had a choice between Obama, Biden, and Harris as president, who would it be?
Obama, Biden, Harris? Maybe
Yeah,
Harris?
if you had to choose.
Maybe Harris? I think I would pick Harris in that context. One, because Biden can't run.
No,
neither
I'm just
can
saying, like,
Obama.
hypothetically. That's all, obviously. No, I just
Like-
want to get your opinion on that.
Yeah,
that's all.
either Obama or Harris. Biden's
Okay.
too old.
And then I think we could have some common ground. I'm assuming you get, like, a lot of money through TikTok, right?
It's my job.
Yes. Okay. So TikTok is still open because of Trump, isn't it?
Because he's not enforcing the law?
Not enforced. So but you're accepting.
And you understand that I think a deal
So
would
you're
exist
accepting-
under the Harris administration as well. And even if it
But
didn't, I
you're
would still
accepting-
prefer Harris being in office.
That's a
compared to Trump.
hypothetical, isn't it?
All of this is hypothetical.
Well, not really, because Trump did enforce or did uplift the TikTok ban, so that part's not hypothetical, right? So you're doing the hypothetical under Kamala Harris, but we can see that obviously TikTok is still going on, where you're making some money off of thanks to Trump, right?
Yeah, you're
But if
saying,
it's
you're saying,
illegal-
oh, if Trump weren't in office, then it would be the case you wouldn't be making this money. That's a hypothetical.
Right. No, your side is hypothetical. On the
You just brought up a hypothetical.
The fact that you're making money is still evident. That thanks to Trump, that part is evident.
There's 3,000 people on my YouTube stream right now, so I would make money even without TikTok being here. And also, I would prefer
Well, I'm not-
TikTok.
I'm-
I would prefer TikTok not being here and Harris being president, comparative to Trump being in presidency.
Sure, but that's irrelevant because you're still accepting the money, isn't it?
What? How?
What do you mean? How you still accept donations on TikTok?
What's the issue with that?
It really.
Are you mad about that too?
No, I don't hate the game at all.
So then, what's your point of bringing this
I
up?
actually commend you, but I'm just saying it's thanks to Trump that you're getting a little bit more income, isn't it?
Nope, not at all.
Not at all.
Nope.
You don't see the distinction.
I'm giving him nothing from that. That's not.
Oh God. All right, got you, buddy.
He's the one who originally brought up the TikTok ban in the first place. Did you know that?
So it wasn't getting banned previously before he became
TikTok,
president?
before he brought it up in 2020. Yeah.
So you're telling me there was no policy, there was no investigations under Biden right now. That
Wait, Biden was after Trump. Biden was after Trump. 2020 was Trump.
I just want to know. I just want like, who started the TikTok ban? How did it exactly start?
Trump.
Okay, all right. That's not asking. That's not answering how. That's just saying Trump over and over again. So can you just tell me?
Yeah, Trump literally started it and brought it up. That's the
when?
answer.
What was the date?
In 2020.
Jesus Christ. So 2020, and then it continued right after he became president, or beforehand?
It did continue after he was done being president.
No, I don't think you understand what I'm asking you.
Yeah, then clarify.
So sure, I'm trying to clarify. So 2020, he brought it up, right? And you're telling me it just when cold case they didn't bring it up, and then it got opened again when Trump became president again?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay. So it was continuing to be investigated under who?
Biden. I never disputed that.
Thank you.
I said it was started by Trump. Did you hear anything that I said?
Yeah, sure. But it was continuing under Biden, right?
No one disputed that.
Okay. So ultimately, it's still ongoing right now. You're getting paid thanks to who? It wasn't Biden, right? He didn't. Did he? He could have closed. Let me ask you this: Could he have closed?
Don, thank you for the $5. That's thanks to who? Thank you so much, Don. I really appreciate it. Valerie, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you to you. Judith, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's who I should be thanking, not Trump.
Okay. So, could Biden have interfered or done something with that case before, while he was president?
Say that again.
Could Biden have done something with the TikTok ban or the investigation of it or whatever have you? He didn't. Did he negotiate? What did he do? I'm just curious.
They didn't get to the point of negotiation yet when he was in
So
office.
did he? He didn't even try.
Well, they specifically would have tried the same context here. That didn't happen until 2025 because of how it was set up in terms of the ban.
Okay. But the point is, Trump was actually doing continuing talks with China, or the TikTok owner. I forget his name. It's actually, I forget the guy's name, but the guy that owns TikTok, right? So he was actually in negotiations with him, right? In contrast to Biden. So you don't think that's a good thing?
So if you want to talk about the negotiations, I think the negotiations would exist on either side, right?
You're hesitating, man. I know you don't want to say, you don't want to give him any credit. I get it.
Because it's kind of ridiculous that we're even having this conversation. I don't know what the point of this is.
Well, my point was that you're getting paid because of him, aren't you?
What's the point of you saying this? Say that's true. What's the point?
That's a good thing. I'm saying that's a good thing, right? That's something you can agree that would be a good thing that Trump has done, and you can't say it, can you? Because that kind of
I could acknowledge I agree with him trying to get a deal for TikTok done, but I don't know what your point is with that.
So you agree that was a good thing that he did?
Sure. Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Okay. All right. Cool. We have common ground there. I just wanted to see if I can get you to admit that. That's all.
Is that it?
No, that was really it for that.
Could you name something you agree with Harris on?
Something I agree with Harris on. Alcohol is awesome.
That's obviously a ridiculous statement. She clearly is not an alcoholic. The fact that you would try to associate her with that is kind of crazy.
How do you...
Literally, I was asking you in a genuine sense, and you just brought that up. How fucking immature and childish is that after I went through that entire conversation with you about you trying to get me to acknowledge something I agree with?
But it was a joke. Don't take it too seriously. It was just a joke. So something I agree with Kamala Harris. Give me a minute. I'm gonna try to find common ground there too.
Go ahead. Keon, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. Beth with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Beth. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Daniel, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know, right? And Daniel as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I know, right? It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. T, thank you so much for the €6. Thank you. Trump sends troops against civilians and declares war on Antifa, which is just to cover up suppression of opposition. Seriously. Amy, thank you so much for $10
Actually,
on
I do have
PayPal. Thank you so
common
much,
ground.
Amy. Did you find it?
Yeah. So I do actually have common ground with her. So she believes that Israel has the right to defend itself. So I think we have common ground there.
That is the most crazy thing to find agreement with Kamala Harris on. That is the most nuts thing I've ever seen.
Why is that crazy?
Why is that crazy?
Why is that crazy?
Why is that crazy? Because this is what you're saying. You're saying Israel, who started these conflicts, particularly, has a right to defend its offensive. That doesn't make any sense. It's offensive, one, because they're occupying the territory. They're committing a genocide in Gaza.
They're not. No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
Bro, but no, they're not, dude.
Yes, they are.
Like, do you understand? All right, do you understand the word Palestine?
Yes.
Okay, where'd it come from?
Does that matter? Do you know where
It
America
matters.
came from? Where did America come from?
Don't pivot.
No,
So
where did America come from?
I just asked.
No,
I'll answer your question.
I actually want you to answer this because I don't know.
Well,
I don't know where the word
I'll-
Palestine came from. Can you answer this question?
I promise
Where
you,
did-
I will answer.
Where
and
did-
I like your
where
question.
did-
I do like your question.
No, then
But
I said
I'm going to answer after you answer mine.
I already fucking told you. I don't know the fucking answer. Can you answer my question now?
Don't get angry. Why are you
Where
getting
did
emotional?
America come from?
So, since you don't know, and this is actually a good claim that you want to bring up because you're gonna bring up the natives, right? I'm assuming.
Can you just tell me where the word came from? I'm asking you. Do you even know? You don't know. So that doesn't change whether or not they have a legitimate claim to the land. Okay. So can you give an
We're
actual?
going back to the if you want to do the indigenous, you're going to bring up my point for me. So Palestine was a Roman word in 135 CEs during the Battle of Kukbar, right?
How is that at all relevant to whether or not Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Bear with me. Palestine, Judea was renamed to Palestine to undermine the legitimacy of the Jews to the land. During that rebellion in Judea, there was not a single Arab or Muslim around. It was a Roman word used to, in other words, they were not the indigenous to the land.
Where'd you get this source from?
Fucking history, Jesus Christ!
Just claims fucking history. Okay, so there's a few issues here with this. One, you just claiming history is not an evidential source. Two, as it relates to this, right? If you want to look at this, this doesn't change the legitimacy in terms of whether or not Israel is occupying Gaza, is specifically committing a genocide in Gaza, right? Or the specific war crimes that they're committing. We can also point to their occupation of the West Bank and their continued try to settling of the land, right? Which is violating international law. Do you agree with the settling of the West Bank?
Settling the. Let me ask you this: when they had
Is he
Gaza,
ever
right?
going to answer questions? Is he ever going to
When
answer
they had-
questions?
When they had Gaza, didn't Israel
Answer this
leave
question.
Gaza?
What do
What
you
was the
agree
point
with
of
the?
that?
Do you agree with the settling of the West Bank? Answer the question.
What was the point? What was
If
the
you don't
point
answer my question, I'm going to kick you. Answer the fucking question.
All right, you can kick me if you want, dude. But
Answer the question. Answer the question. I'm asking you a very specific
What was
question.
the point of Israel leaving Gaza, dude? What was the
can I
point
have
to begin with?
I'm talking about the West Bank. Do you know the difference between the West Bank and Gaza?
Do you understand that?
If you can't answer my question, it makes you look like an idiot. You know that, right? It makes you look stupid. Answer my question. Jeez, bro. You're embarrassing yourself right now.
What was the point of Israel?
Wow, not answering my question again? Do you want me to mute you until you answer it? I'll wait. We'll wait until you answer the question. Brenda, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Brenda. Can we get some W's for Brenda in the comment section right now? For Parker, I'm giving this to you, not because of Trump. TikTok, etc., but because of your intellect and integrity. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Brenda in the comment section right now for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Brenda. I really appreciate it. That's actually fucking nuts. Thank you so much. Absolutely nuts. Thank you so much. Angelique, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. Civ, Carrie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate you very much. You can unmute and answer the question. Do you agree with the settler colonialism in the West Bank that Israel is committing?
Settle colonialism. Explain. Like, how are they doing that?
They are actively going in and stealing Palestinians' land. And they are literally settling there. There are Israeli settlers that are violently going in and literally taking Palestinians' land. Violently.
Let me ask you this. How many nations has Islam
Stop asking me questions and answer mine.
No,
Holy fuck.
You're not
wow,
getting it.
this guy can't answer a single question. Wow. He just answers me. He just asks me questions.
So you're like Palestine. No, Palestine.
No, answer my question. Try again. Can you listen to instructions? What are you, a fucking fifth grader?
You want answers your way.
Actually, that was rude to fifth graders. You're like the first graders. You're like first graders. Okay, can you engage with the question?
What you want is the answer of your version, not mine. That's why you keep muting me, man.
No, I want an answer to the question that I asked you.
Yes, it's not their fucking land to begin with, dude.
That's not the question I asked you, right? I asked you, do you agree with the settler colonialism in the context of the West Bank? Do you agree with Israeli settlers going in and stealing Palestinians' land?
That's not their land to begin with.
That is their land. They've lived there their whole life. What are you talking about? You can't just go in and steal people's fucking land. What are you
you're talking about? If you know history, then you know it's not their land.
Oh, you know history? Were those the people? The people that are going in and stealing the land. Were they the people that existed in the past? No, it's not their fucking land. What are you talking about, dude? You can't just say, it is the case that we had a claim to this land 3,000 years ago. Therefore, I can just go in and steal people's land here. 3,000 years ago, I had a claim to the land that we're in right now 3,000 years ago. My ancestors from 3,000 years ago. Therefore, I can just go in and take whatever. Dude, I have... Do you think it's justified for me to go in and steal land of people who live in Britain specifically because it is the case that I have British ancestry? Do you realize how fucking stupid this is? You can't just go into areas owned by other people and just fucking take them over because historically you have ancestors that lived in that area. What type of fucking stupid shit is this? Would they think it's justified for me specifically to go into Ireland and to steal someone's land in Ireland because it is the case that I had ancestors that fucking lived there? That's fucking crazy. And used to be a part of the British Empire and they must have a claim over it. What the fuck, dude? Alec, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much. It's fucking crazy, bro. Let's go to the next person. He left, by the way. He ran away. Actually nuts. Tyrone, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Carolina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you. He was so crazy. Caleb, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Caleb. Or I think it was just 10. Thank you so much. Neon, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Yo. I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
My birthday?
Birth year.
Oh, 2007.
What month?
January.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Why so?
Overall, so here's my thing. I don't really like Trump as a person, but overall, I prefer his policies way more than Kamala Harris's.
Kamala? Why so?
Well, here's the thing. All right?
Why are people spamming
give-
that you're Canadian in the comments?
Well, I'm not Canadian, but I do talk about Canadian and American politics.
Okay, and you live in the U.S.?
Yeah.
Okay, what state?
What state?
Yeah.
Tennessee.
Okay, what time is it?
What time is it?
Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, shit. Have I joined?
Yeah. And are you driving?
I am 23.
Yeah. And are you driving?
I am driving. Let me park, actually.
I'm sorry. You got to come up when you're not driving. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It is TikTok rules. Even if you were going to park right now, I can't actually keep you up as long as you do so. You have to be already parked by the time I add you up. I'm so sorry. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. It should help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Claire, thank you so much. Really appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And seemingly Kyle will be in the comment section super pissed off every single time that happens. The Kyle will be in the comment section. He will see it and he will be pissed. I will tell you that.
Yeah, sure.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 40.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump still.
Why so?
Because he's doing great things for the
what's your
country.
birth
He's
year?
a president of peace. 1985.
Really? What month?
September.
Okay, all right. So why do you support Donald Trump then?
He's the president of peace.
Okay, and what peace has he created?
Well, I mean, look at all the peace deals he's done.
Such as?
Well, I mean, where do you want to start?
What peace deal specifically would you say he's done already? It's already been agreed upon that you specifically think is so amazing.
Pakistan and India.
Okay. And both sides said that he was the reason why that happened, right?
Yeah.
Really? Both sides said that?
Well, I believe so.
Can you give me a source of India saying that?
Oh, wait a second here. I got to move.
Give me a source of India saying that and give me a source of Pakistan saying that. I'd love to see.
I don't have any sources on me. I'm on my phone.
Do you want to go look it up?
I wouldn't be able to right now.
You can. You can go swipe out of the app, look it up real quick, come back into the app and tell me.
No, I'm all right with that. What I want to know is why do you support the Democratic Party so much?
Well, I think the Democratic Party is preferable to the Republican Party because they have significantly better policy.
Oh, in the sense that they anointed Kamala and they didn't give anybody a chance to actually Kamala. Yeah. So why was it that they anointed her and they didn't give anybody else a chance to go there to be the next nominee?
Well, I'm sorry you didn't pay attention in 5th grade, Claire. Thank you for the bouquet. Thank you. But it is, but it is the case, or bouquet. Thank you. But it is the case that the Biden-Harris ticket was voted for in the primaries, and the vice president steps up when the president steps down. So, really simple thing. It's existed throughout the context of American history. President steps down after being voted into through the context of the primaries. Vice president steps up. That's the best precedence that they could follow specifically. And 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee. Plus, if you cared about our democracy, you wouldn't be supporting a candidate that till to this day says that he won the 2020 election with absolutely no evidence. 60+ courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Audits in every single swing state indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. And also who incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers after calling them patriots.
What about all the 234 federal officers that were found to be at the January 6th?
Federal officers under Trump's FBI?
Huh? No, I'm not talking about under Trump's FBI.
Well, in 2021, under January 6th, it was Trump's FBI. So his own FBI.
I'm sure
So his own FBI was riling people up. Interesting.
I'm pretty sure there's all types of insurrectionists everywhere.
Yep. His own FBI was a part of the insurrection. Is that what you're saying?
Possibly. Who knows? Right?
Dude, come on. That does not make it better for Trump. That does not make it more democratic or like better that
Well,
he
he's
did
the
that.
president
He also
now, so there's not much
he
you
also
can do about
pardoned
it.
the violent rioters. So even if they were like fucking Antifa FBI or something like that, it is the case that like he still pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers, were convicted of it, sentenced, right, admitted to it, were caught on video doing it. We can see the accounts of the police officers that were beat. So I'm confused. Like, why do you support him still? Because if you care about democracy, you wouldn't support a guy that actively.
He's brokering a deal right now with Israel and what is it?
Pivot. We were talking about democracy. We're talking about democracy.
Oh,
right.
Democracy. Yeah.
Yeah.
What has he done when in your sense, what has he done that has basically like destroyed our democracy?
He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and has denied the election results for the past 5 years.
And him denying the election results, that's hurting democracy?
Yes.
How so?
He got almost 70% of the Democratic or the Republican Party to believe that the election was rigged. Right? He actively got elected back into power after doing this. That's a huge threat because it shows a lot of Republicans are in support of the absolute lies and lunacy that Trump is engaging in that has been objectively, verifiably proven false.
Okay, well, I mean, that's a good opinion.
Do you have a response?
Yeah, I just said it.
What was it?
I mean, if that's what you believe that he did, then that's fine.
That's not a response.
Okay.
Would you like to provide an actual response?
I don't know what you're looking for as a response to what.
Anything, literally anything. You just said like, oh, it's okay that you have that view. That's not a response.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay. Your partner cheats on you. You bring up the fact that they cheated on you, and they just say, and they just essentially ask you if you think that's wrong, and they say, oh, it's fine that you have that view. Did they actually respond to you, or did they just say it's fine that you have that view? Like, come on. Do you have a response, or not going to respond anymore? You're mad at me now?
Oh, no, I'm not mad. I don't get angry over politics.
Then do you want to respond then instead of just sitting there silent?
Well, no, I'm thinking.
Okay, that's fine. Valid.
Yeah. What I'm trying to understand is if that's an attack on democracy by just denying an election, then wouldn't Hillary Clinton be the same?
She didn't get 70% of the Democratic Party to believe that she won the election with no evidence. She doesn't claim to this day that she won the 2016 election.
No, but she said it was stolen due to the Russians.
No, she didn't.
I'm pretty sure she did.
That's not what she said.
Then what did she say?
She at some point called him an illegitimate president because it is the case that he specifically was elected based upon the electoral vote in the Electoral College and not the popular vote, and that she won the popular vote by millions. So that's all she's saying in that context is that she believes the Electoral College is not the way to specifically elect candidates, and that it should be elected based upon the popular vote. So she believes that he's illegitimate based upon that respect, not that like he shouldn't be the president, right? But that like the Electoral College shouldn't exist is essentially the argument.
Do you think we should get rid of the Electoral College?
Yes. But
so then that
really
way only California and New York would determine every election.
No, people determine elections, not land. You're advocating for land to determine elections, and I'm advocating that people should. When I say that popular
everybody should have a voice.
When you say California and all those other places should determine the election, yes, where people fucking live is where the election should be determined. Not land, not fucking cornfields, people who vote.
Yes, people that vote determine the election according to the Electoral College.
the Electoral College gives people votes not for population, but for just being a state. That's it.
Yes.
Okay, so that's not the determination for one person equals one vote. Me living in California, my vote's like 1/7th, 1/20th of someone living in Wyoming, which is insane. Also, like the fact that our votes don't matter as much in swing states, or I mean in areas that are not swing states, is crazy. I'm sorry, you only want swing states to determine the election? No, I want everyone everywhere to determine the election. Every person one vote. That's what it should be.
No, the Electoral College is the way to go, because then you're going to end up with states like, California, New York, with the highest population of people.
Where people live.
Determining.
Oh my God,
laws.
the people are going to be determining the laws? Oh, no way. The people determined the laws? No way. What a terrible and unjust system. You cut out.
People that are...
I can't hear you currently. You're currently cut out.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep, I hear you now.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. All right. Yeah, I'm in the hospital right now. It's actually kind of funny.
I hope that you're okay.
All right. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. I should get out tomorrow. But yeah. Well, yeah, you're a good dude, Parker. I enjoyed talking to you.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, I genuinely, I don't mean to take this too far or anything, but like, I genuinely do think that the Electoral College is like a scam, and I think that it shouldn't exist, and I think that people's votes should matter, and I think that the Electoral College makes it so people's votes don't matter as much.
How so?
Because it is the case that, again, me living in California, my vote doesn't matter as much as someone living in a different state. And it can only really determine the election of me living in California, not nationally speaking. And I think that it should affect the national level for my one specific vote. I don't think that it should be dependent upon the states, right? Specifically, I think it should be dependent upon the entire country as a whole and how the entire country is voting. I do not like it how it's currently set up, where it is the case that we only really are going to be going into like swing states and talking about swing states that determines the election. I think it's not representative of the rest of the country. I think it holds the country back from actually, upholding what it's supposed to do from a representative basis. And it just leads to like people who are in swing states having gobs and gobs and gobs of advertisements. Right? Like literally you go into a swing state and near the context of an election, all you see is election-based ads. And like that, it shouldn't just be the election is only happening in the swing states. It should be the election is happening across the entirety of the United States, because then we're only addressing the needs of people in swing states, and to a greater extent comparative to what we should be addressing in terms of the country as a whole. And I agree, people in swing states, their needs should be addressed, but they should be addressed as everyone else, right? It shouldn't just be their needs put above everyone else's, because that's what determines the national election. I think that's ridiculous. And I think that even people living in Midwest areas would say that. I grew up in Iowa, I think it's ridiculous that just the state specifically, right? Just because it, because it's a state, it gets more votes just for being a state, right? Iowa should get the proportional amount of votes comparative to its population. Right, if we're going to be doing it based on the states. I don't even think that should be involved. One person, one vote. That's how I think it should be, and that's realistically a better system.
Well, that would take an act of Congress.
Yeah, that's actually, here's one point where I do really agree with you, is that it's not very realistic for us to get rid of the Electoral College as of now. So we kind of have to live with it, essentially, because we wouldn't be able to get rid of it from that basis. It takes too much of Congress to be able to do that. So this is the one point I agree with. We know this. It's really hard to get to that point. But realistically speaking, it's the better position, right? Because the way we currently are running politics does not take into account the needs of the nation as a whole.
I don't know if it wouldn't say that exactly, as it does take the needs of the nation as a whole. Because, once again, if you're going based off of population, and you're looking at your southern border states and everything like that versus your northern border states, you're going to have, how you have more immigration on the southern borders versus the northern borders, you know, they're more affected by border policies than the northern states versus the southern.
So I what I did mean by that was like to the extent in which they should. Like obviously, yes, like national issues are still addressed, but they're not addressed to what they should be because we're so focused on specifically just what's happening in the swing states.
Yeah, I live in a swing state now, which is funny because Arizona never used to be a swing state.
Yeah, but the election should not just be determined by those swing states, right? Even though you live in a swing state, it shouldn't just be you in terms of your vote that matters. It should be people who live in California whose vote matters. It should be people who live
your vote
in
still matters.
Oklahoma whose vote who matters. It should be people who live in Missouri whose vote who matters. Not just because, right, it is the case that they live in a certain state. It's always going to go that way, and then that's what's going to yield. A lot of people feel like they can't be involved in the political process because their state always goes one way.
Well, no, yeah, I agree with that. But the thing is that everybody's vote still matters. You know, it's just that California is has more Democrats in it than it does Republicans. Arizona's more of a purple state now, as they say. You know, you have your states that lean more left or more right, depending on the population of that state and who's in it. And also you get into, you know, funding, NGOs, everything like that.
Which, again, it's totally fine for there to be liberal states and Republican states. I'm not having the disagreement with this. The disagreement I'm having is that, again, the Electoral College should determine it. So swing states have this overwhelming representation that the rest of the country lacks. And it is true that big states and people in big cities are lacking representation to the degree in which they should get, because it is the case that rural communities are been prioritized above. Genuinely, like they genuinely have. That's why we have this set up right now, is because it's trying to say that, like, oh, rural communities won't be taken into account because they have less of a population. Yeah, that's the reality. Less population means you have less votes, right? We're talking about a national level. You can still have localized politics from a national level. It should not be rural areas that just because they're rural areas, they get more of a say. It's crazy, right? And again, my dad grew up on a farm. My dad grew up in a rural community. I grew up in Iowa. I know what it's like to be near rural communities. But rural communities are heavily overrepresented in national politics. Not true on the local level. Local level can be separate, but national politics should not do that.
So so just because they're a less population, their voice should be silenced?
No, their voice should still be heard, but it shouldn't be heard more just because they're living in an area with less people. I'm talking about proportionally. It should be proportionally the same. One person, one vote.
Okay. Do you think Trump should be nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize?
No. What? That's crazy. I'm sorry. Do you think he should be?
Well, I mean, what about what is going on with Gaza and Israel with the peace deal that he's brokering right now?
I don't think that should get him the Nobel Peace Prize. I think that if anything, he set that back from occurring. But I
mean, isn't it happening like right now? Isn't Israel withdrawing troops?
They haven't fully agreed upon terms and followed through with it yet, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. What are your thoughts on the Second Amendment? I'm just picking your brain here, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a right to self-defense, but I don't think that a lot of the guns we have right now are necessary for self-defense. And
what type of guns are necessary for self-defense?
And you don't need an AR. You don't need an automatic rifle. You don't need, high-capacity magazines. Right? I believe in red flag laws and universal background checks, and
well, they already do universal background
getting
checks.
access to guns. What's up?
I said everybody that buys a firearm is required to get a background check.
Well, there have been loopholes with gun shows for a while.
No, there's never been any loopholes with gun shows. I've been working in gun shows for the past 20 years.
Depending on the state, yes, there has been.
No, there's no loopholes.
Yes, there are.
No, there aren't. There are no loopholes.
Yes, there are.
No. You go to a gun show and you buy a gun, they do a background check right then and there.
I'll show you.
I mean, you can show me whatever you like, but there's no, every gun show I've been to where I've purchased a firearm, I do a background check right then and there. And if the systems are down, they take down my information and then they'll mail me my gun to a registered FFL.
So those are just the ones that you've been to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can send you stuff that varies by state. And there's literally been a gun show loophole. It literally talks about it in this article. I can send you the article if you'd like. Background checks at gun shows, the latest developments. That's from findlaw.com. You can also go to legalclarity.org. Do background checks.
Well, anybody that's utilizing anybody that's utilizing that type of loophole is committing fraud and should be thrown in prison.
No, they're technically not because of the state's laws.
Now I don't know which state.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's depending on the states. I can pull up the states if you'd like.
Yeah, no, I mean, give me a specific state. Which state?
Here I'm running through the. So
no, it's not in Arizona. Arizona has strict, like they don't have strict gun laws, but I mean they have gun laws to where you cannot buy a firearm without a background check, even at a gun show.
So here's the ones that there's 14 states that require background checks at gun shows for all sales, including those by private sellers. So all the other states don't require it.
14 states that do require it, and how many other states that don't? What's the law?
I just told you specifically what to find. Do you want me to find the law now? Jeez.
Well, no. I'm looking for, like, you're saying, like, you're just throwing up,
like you're asking me for different state laws now. Like, do you want me to find different state laws?
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, like, where are you getting this information from?
From thoughtcode.com. It says 33 states are currently no laws, federal or state, regulating firearms between private individuals at gun shows. And
that's private. That's private sales. So that's different. That's not commercial.
What? So private
No,
gun
that's
shows.
private. No. So do you understand the difference between a private sale and a commercial
but that's still a loophole to not go through a background check, right?
All right. So for instance, Parker, I wanted to sell you my gun, right? Right. Me as a private citizen, I want to sell you a gun. You're like, hey, I like your gun. I want to buy it from you. Right. I don't have to do a background check on you.
You should.
No, I don't. Though
you should have
it's
to.
your. Huh?
You should have to.
No, I shouldn't have to because you, as a citizen as you are, you should know whether or not you can own a firearm.
No,
Yeah.
we need laws in place to ensure that people should have to go through background checks if they buy guns, regardless of the scenario.
So then how would a private citizen be able to perform a background check on someone?
Oh, tough shit. Figure it out. I'm sorry. We need laws and regulations and standards to ensure that people don't get hurt. And this is one of them. You got to go figure it out. You got to go, if you want to sell, you can go through the context of a gun show that has all of those things set up for you, right? There shouldn't be private sales with absolutely no background checks involved in them. That's fucking crazy. We need universalized background checks.
Well, no, they do have universal background checks.
That's not
commercial
universal
but-
background
but-
check. We just gave you an example of how it was not universal because there are private sales that do not involve background
private
checks.
sales don't include, because I'm talking about commercial sales. Private sales, like if I wanted to go and sell.
I'm talking about sales as a whole. Every single sale in this country of a firearm should include a background check. And if you don't agree with me, tell me why. Because I think that is a common sense gun control policy.
Well, let's see here. One thing, it costs money to do a background check. And not only that, there's the resources of it. And if you're going to buy a firearm from someone, you should already know whether or not you're legally able to have one.
So you could say that you want them to do that, but we should still have laws in place that enforce the context for that to occur. Like they have to go through a background check.
Say again, you were breaking up there a little bit.
I'm saying that regardless of the scenario, regardless of whether it's a private sale or not, they should have to go through a background check. It makes the country safer. Stop just repeating the claim that they don't have to do that. I'm saying they should.
I mean, you can say they should, but once again, if I'm selling to somebody and I'm not comfortable with, them or anything like that, and I feel that there's anything wrong, then I wouldn't sell it to them. But
yeah, but that can't be said about every private seller. You understand that, right? So we need laws in place to ensure that that doesn't happen.
So you think more gun laws are going to stop gun violence?
Yes, they will stop it to some degree. Not 100%, but they will stop it to some degree. I think I have a friend in here who specifically specializes in talking about guns. I'd love for you to talk to Brett real quick.
Sure.
Hey, can you hear me decently?
Yeah. What's up? I hear you perfectly.
Awesome. I wanted to touch on what he just said. He said, do we think gun laws will work? Yeah, we do. Because if we look at the states that have the strictest firearm laws, we see that they have a lower firearm death rate opposed to those that have looser gun laws.
What about Chicago?
Firearm death rates. Chicago's not even in the top 10. That's just a racist dog whistle that Fox News has told y'all to hate.
What about Santa Fe, New Mexico, Albuquerque?
What about them?
I'm saying, don't they have strict gun laws as well?
We can go through them and look if you'd like, but
there's plenty of other law. You got Washington D.C. as well.
Yeah, where does D.C. where did the individuals from D.C.
LA.
Yeah, California is one of the bottom ones as well. L.A. doesn't even make the top 150.
But where you see that there's the strictest gun laws, usually there's a lot of gun violence. New York as well.
No, there's not. New York is at the bottom as well.
So where are the highest gun rate or gun deaths?
It's a death rate. This is how we do statistics, correct?
Say again?
This is death rates. This is how we do statistics, correct?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Right. Awesome. So we can go ahead and per the CDC, the states with the highest death rate would be Mississippi, Louisiana.
I gotta let you guys go.
What?
Give me 1 second.
Okay. He just left as soon as you started naming them off.
Yeah. So it would be Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama are the top three, respectively, with 29.4, 28.3, and 25.6 firearm death rates per 100,000. If we look at the states with the strictest, which would be Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, etc., they have a firearm death rate of 3.7, 4.6, and 4.7. So,
and chat, yes, I think either a nurse or doctor came in. I did think about that. That makes a lot more sense. It was probably actually related to that. He said he was at the hospital.
Oh, well, I hope he does better, but yeah, like I said, we see that places that have the stricter firearms laws have the lowest amount of firearm death rates. We can even look at other countries real quick. The UK last year had 22 firearm deaths total. We go through that less than every 5.5 hours in the US. Every 5.5 hours, we have 22 firearm deaths. So we can do this. So
absolutely. Well, Brett, I always appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm going to be down in the comments, so if anybody else, I'll be there.
I got you. Appreciate you coming up.
I appreciate you, man.
Alrighty, everybody, let's go on to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on?
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
At first, I would take him over Kamala, but as of now, I don't know.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I looked at Donald Trump as a better president than him just because of the stability we had whenever he was in office before, and I looked at Kamala like a complete retard.
Oh, using slur is crazy. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Yo,
what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18. I'm 20. I'm lying. I just turned 20.
Thank you for the bouquet. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm 18. I just turned 20. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. What's up?
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
October 23rd, 2006.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
I'm definitely anti-illegal immigration and I'm anti-abortion. Those are my two main issues.
Anti-immigration and anti-abortion?
Anti-illegal immigration.
Okay. We'll talk about immigration first. What's specifically bad about undocumented immigrants getting a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime where they don't have to leave the country? What's wrong with that?
Can you ask the question one more time?
Yeah, what's wrong with undocumented immigrants getting a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or a bad crime where they do not have to leave the country?
Well, I think that's a fair question. Are you saying that they're not? Are you asking that because you think they're not being given that?
Well, I think that they should not be. I think that they should be given a pathway to citizenship if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. If they where they do not have to leave the country, they are currently not being given that option. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I would say there's so many people trying to come legally who are waiting in line, and when people are cutting in line, it makes it more difficult because we have, so many people are trying to come into our country. And when you have entered the country illegally, that from that point forward is a crime. And so we need to have a better way of sorting between this, is what I would say.
Okay, a few things here. They're not cutting in line because it is the case that they never went in line in the very first place. So they're not even going into the line. Okay, if it was the case that they were going through the legal immigration process, they would be going into the line. So it would be backing up the line even longer. So what they've done actually does not make the line take longer. The reason why the line is taking so long is because the Republicans have put artificial barriers in place to limit people from being able to legally get into the country as quick as they possibly should be. And then for crime, undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. And them coming to the country, yes, it is a misdemeanor if they come here undocumented, but I don't think that they should be punished given that they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. There are so many different laws on the books that are not enforced. Like, for example, we're on an app right now that's banned by the government, but it's not being enforced to be banned. Right? So, I mean, like, there's not really an issue with that, right?
Sorry, my connection. Issue with what?
Yeah, so again, right now we're on an app that's currently banned and illegal, but it's not being enforced. So there are lots of laws on the books that don't get enforced, given that they don't affect the safety and security of our country, right? So this is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because it's like, people have been deported under multiple administrations. Like Obama deported a lot of people. Biden, obviously, I guess, deported people too. Like it's one of those things that, there are things that aren't enforced, but it's like just because other things aren't enforced. I think immigration is a pretty important thing that needs to be, protected in our country. And so, I'm for people coming in and, going through the right process and getting in, but people who have come illegally, it's not even one of these like political things. It's like, I just feel like it's just like, if you come here legally, you got to get out and then you can come back in if you do it the right way. But it's just, we have laws. That's the way I see it.
Yeah. So, I mean, it wasn't an issue for the president of the United States to have been a convicted felon. You still voted for him. He literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, pardoned the violent rioters, police officers, called them patriots. Right, and that was totally okay with you, right? You're still willing to vote for him.
It's
but
not
undocumented
but it's not
immigrants coming to the
illegal.
country for a better life, who have not harmed the safety and the security of this nation. Then the law should be enforced in that context.
Well, when it comes to law, it's not illegal to be a felon and be president. Number one. So that's the biggest
I never
difference.
said it's illegal, but you're willing to allow someone to be president, given that they did something illegal, right? But you're not allowing someone to specifically become a citizen of the country because they've done something illegal.
Well, it was an illegal act to enter the country. I don't understand what you're trying to say.
So I understand, but no one really gives a shit. It's a misdemeanor. It's not a harm to our country. If they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, who gives a fuck?
Well, you might not
legal,
do that.
Think about it this way. Our legal process, if they went through the legal process, would not have restricted them from coming to the country. The only reason they didn't go through said legal process is because it takes too long to go through said legal process. So if we provided a quicker legal process, it would incentivize them to go through the legal process, and it would be the case that then we wouldn't have so many people coming to the country undocumented.
Okay. Well, it might take too long for them, but for the people, there are people who come in every year where I guess it didn't take too long enough for them because they did come in the right way. So I guess that's subjective.
So again, it depends on the individual, but it takes on average years to get into the country, and some people will wait, but they shouldn't have to.
All right, okay. Are you thinking that, because I'm just confused, like most people coming into America, are you saying they're coming in illegally because they're fleeing from like Mexico or like their country of origin? Is that like what you're thinking? Like they're taking refuge basically?
Sometimes. It depends. That's the asylum process.
Because it's like, I think that there should be other countries. Like the problem is we have such an influx of, I think it's, the problem too is that it's a strain on the taxpayers because there's a lot of these people coming in where they could have gone to another country other than the United States. Like a lot of people are passing different South American countries before they come here. And it can be a strain on the taxpayer because we're paying for these people.
Strain on the taxpayer? They pay more into our systems than they're going to be taking out of it. Undocumented
What do you
immigrants
mean?
are going to be paying for our Social Security and for our Medicare, right? You understand that if
Well,
we do
the
not
ones
have
that- the ones
if we do
that
not
do
have
pay
immigration,
taxes.
it is the case by 2032, we are going to have insolvency of Social Security and Medicare, which will lead to a reduction in benefits by 20% plus. Okay.
Where
So
do
if
you
we do
track
not
that
have
data
immigration, that will happen. Immigration will literally lead to us being able to continue and maintain those programs. If we do not have immigration, we will not be able to continue and maintain them. Meaning immigrants are going to be taking care of us, not the other way around.
But that's only the immigrants or the illegal immigrants that are paying taxes.
No, this is
There's
immigrants
not-
as a whole.
Oh, you're talking about immigrants as a whole?
Yeah.
Well, I want immigrants to come in, just not illegal immigrants. So that's leaving out the chunk.
You mean
there are legal
undocumented.
immigrants?
So if you provided a quicker legal process, you'd think it's good. So if you just provide a legal pathway for everyone in the country undocumented, wouldn't that be better?
Well, doesn't Trump do that with the gold card or whatever it is?
No, that's
The
$5
gold
million.
card?
No one can afford it. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, no. I mean, do you really think we need that many more people in our country?
Yes,
Like, do you think it's a thing
absolutely.
where we need?
Yep.
Why?
I just told you, we're going to have insolvency of Social Security and Medicare by 2032, according to the big beautiful bill was passed, right? If it is the case that we do not have increased levels of immigration to increase the level of tax revenues. That's just a reality.
What is insolvency meaning? We're not going to have enough money for Medicare?
to run the same level of benefits in the program. So we're going to have to cut benefits by like 20% plus.
And is that because, and what would the reason be because of that?
Because we don't have enough funding. Our population, so we have a greater level of people who are older, living for a longer period of time, comparative to the younger population that is paying into the system. Because we have had a low birth rate for like the past 50 years.
Yeah, that's a problem we need to address. I think we aren't having enough kids for sure. So you're saying, oh, okay, I see more what you're saying now. So you're saying these people who are coming in are having more children. Is that kind of what you're saying? Like these people are going to be having more children, therefore it's going to make our country grow.
They're going to be coming to our country and they're going to be working. But sure, they will also have children. But like it's not just them having children; it's them just coming to the country. Like they're going to be working.
Don't we already have like millions of jobs open for like in our country? Like I didn't think it was a situation where we have like a deficit where like we need more people, we need more jobs. I thought there's so many open jobs.
We need more people. We need more tax revenue into our system. They will pay taxes into our system.
Well, But how can they pay taxes if they're not being tracked? Some of them, like we don't even know where these people are because they don't have.
We provide them a legal pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country. And people already who are undocumented in the country pay like $100 billion in taxes per year, right through ITINs.
Right. Well, I mean, I have to look into that more with the data you're providing with the 2032. I don't know exactly where is that information coming from. Is it like Department of? I don't know where that's coming from.
Congressional Budget Office.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but do you disagree? Do you disagree? So you disagree that because it's not just our country that deports like illegal immigrants. You think that that's wrong? That like ICE is going after people and deporting them? I just don't understand like why that's
they're deporting
wrong.
people without due process. They're literally like ripping people out of their communities who are just there literally benefiting their communities and working. And they're not identifying themselves. They're not using warrants.
Do you think if
their
we
faces like they're the
Do you
fucking
think if-
secret police Gestapo?
well, that's not. Is that illegal to do that to cover
In California
your face?
now it is. They're also racially profiling.
Racially profiling.
That's what they've said themselves. They said themselves that they're racially profiling people.
Meaning like they're only going after Mexican people.
Meaning that they're disproportionately doing so, and they're specifically using that as a justification to go after people, yes.
Okay. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Do you think if we... Because here's what I've heard before from like a supply and demand argument. Like we have an X amount of money that is going out to these people who are illegal immigrants working these jobs. If you remove those immigrants, wouldn't it then allow more money to go to the people working those jobs that are actual citizens? And wouldn't people actually make more money? Like citizens who have been here, we take those jobs away and then they go towards Americans. Wouldn't people make more money in turn? If we were wanting people to have higher wages, wouldn't that be how it works? Or is there, like, what's your stance on that?
No, we actually will have more jobs that will be created by there being more people within our economy demanding goods and services, which will create higher upward pressure on the wages as well. It creates our economy to be more productive. There's more trade going on with our economy, which creates more efficient trades. There's more people that you can engage in a trade with. There's more likelihood that you're going to have someone within that context have a more efficient trade with you, essentially where you will profit more or get more value out of it subjectively. They'll get more value out of it subjectively because there's more people.
Right.
Like if you're a big city with a lot of people to trade with, it's more likely that you're going to get a better trade than if you're a small city with not as many people to trade with.
So, question: If the Trump administration, like, it sounds like you're having a problem with how long it takes for these people to come in. You're like, well, it's unreasonable for them to wait because they're here, they're already doing a job, and if they got deported, it would take them years to come back, and then it would mess up.
For no reason. It's extremely costly for no reason.
So you think right? So you're not even. So if it was the thing where it's like they went out and they came back, and then like a month they came back and started doing, and they just got their. What you're saying is you just want them to be.
There's no reason for them to leave. They should just be allowed to stay in the country and be given a pathway to citizenship. That incentivizes the most amount of people who are in the country undocumented to stay and to identify themselves to authorities. That's the best way for them and the best way for us.
Right, but wouldn't we have to change the law then? Because like doesn't the law say like we have to deport people who come in illegally, or is that not the law?
We could just choose not to enforce the law in certain contexts. Like, for example, right? The law right now says that TikTok is banned.
In the United States?
Yes. Are we enforcing said law?
Obviously, no.
No. We're currently right now talking on TikTok. So the point that I'm making is that just because the law is on the books doesn't necessarily mean that we need to enforce it, and we can enforce it in the connotation in which I'm advocating for, and I think that's how we should enforce it.
Yeah, and well, I'm just trying to figure out. I would say though, like enforcing immigration versus enforcing an app, there is a little bit of a difference in that. I would say, but I do understand what you're saying. you would probably agree to. Like, there is a little bit of a difference between like using TikTok versus like not choosing to follow our immigration laws. That's my
Well,
argument.
obviously there are different laws, but there's still the law in of itself. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
the point that you were bringing up that was relevant was that it's the law. Well, not necessarily.
Yeah, but we could be talking on Instagram or whatever like else as well. But I do see what you're saying.
Yeah, I guess
so
it could be, but we're
what-
not doing that right now.
Right, but so what you're advocating for
Instagram
is
Instagram lives are ass, bro. I went on there when TikTok did get banned, and the conversations were like 380p.
Bro, I don't know if you remember. I talked to you like forever. It was you and Parker. I talked to you guys forever ago. It was like we were talking about the Ukraine war thing. It was like a long time ago, but
Really, like how long ago?
it was probably, I think it was like November or December of last year, and like we were talking about that. But
So
yeah.
why haven't you changed your mind?
What's that?
Why haven't I changed your mind
On what issues?
on your support for Trump?
Well, because I'm still not convinced that.
And can you tell me who I was with, by the way?
You're with Parker. Or sorry, you're with Dean.
I
you're
was with
Dean.
Parker?
You're Dean. Yeah, you're with Parker. Yeah, you were with Dean Withers. He joined in, and no, I mean I'm avidly against abortion, and it's because it's one of the main issues, and I'm against illegal immigration. Again, I'm for immigration legally. But I guess I think what it is yes, there are different laws that aren't being enforced. Like you said, this TikTok. What is the reason behind that? I'm kind of confused. Like, what's the reason? How is that possible?
We're
able to
get a
use
deal
it?
out of it. They're trying to get a deal out of it.
Okay. Well, it's like I feel like immigration is a very significant thing that needs to be, like, to just not follow that is, I mean, I think is very, not wise is what I would say.
I think it's not wise to vote in someone convicted, who's a convicted felon, held civilly liable of sexual abuse, who pardoned violent rioters, who beat police officers on January 6th and called them patriots. I think that's pretty big of an issue in terms of incentivizing crime.
Well, I would argue that you're voting for somebody who, just to transition to the abortion thing, is responsible. She wants women to be able to continue to kill tens of millions of babies every year. So that's what I would say.
Tens of millions of babies every year? Where did you get that number from?
Well, how many babies are aborted every? How many babies are
Not
aborted
tens of
every
millions in the U.S. Not tens of
How
millions.
much? It's millions. It's millions. It's millions, probably.
I think it's a bit over a million, and it's increased. It's increased since the overturning of Roe versus Wade, and so is maternal mortality. So actually, more people are dying every single year now, comparative to when Roe versus Wade was overturned, like prior to that.
What is that? What is that supposed to mean?
That means that abortion rates have gone up since you overturned Roe versus Wade.
Okay. Well,
And
that just
do you have
means
an
that
issue
the
with
states-
IVF?
What's that again?
In vitro fertilization. Like, they will, per patient, discard a lot of zygotes and embryos, which under your view might be people.
Discard. Oh, is that where you like? Is that where you? Oh, I know what that you're talking about. Actually, they do what? They go
discard
through
a bunch
some
of
like,
zygotes and
and
embryos,
discard
dude.
it.
They discard them.
I think it's wasteful because I guess it's a fertilized egg at that point.
Okay, do you think it's a person?
Scientifically, yes, because
So you
life
think
begins
that
at
they're just
conception.
so there's more people discarded through
Do you
the
wait? Do you
context of
disagree?
IVF than
Do you
under your
disagree that it? Do you disagree that it's a person?
Absolutely.
But science would disagree with you.
No, it wouldn't. Science doesn't determine personhood. I don't disagree that life begins at conception. What I disagree with.
But what's okay? Hold up. But life begins at conception. What kind of life is it? It's human life. That's what the DNA tells us.
It's cellular human life. Yes, we don't value cellular human life as personhood. We value medical subjective experience. I mean, so that's the type
question,
of life that we value. Can I clarify fully before you ask me some dumbass question? Apologies for the for being a little bit confrontational there. I'm just saying, like, genuinely, like, this is a point that's extremely relevant. Fuck, dude. In terms of this, so, damn, I lost myself. You go ahead, ask your question.
Okay. Well, so I've heard you talk about a lot about like sentience with like babies and stuff. And it's like they don't have brainwaves, they don't have any past or future like experiences, blah, 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 blah. Well, then my question to you, I'm going to do a little gotcha question, is if someone killed you in your sleep and you didn't feel pain while it happened, would it be wrong? Yes or no?
Past or present and future subjective experience.
Right,
It's
but
not whether
so
or not
when
I'm
a baby
currently
was-
going through the experience, it's the fact that I've had a past or present and future subjective experience. That's the condition that I consider valuable.
Right. So
Can I
then
give
when
an
you
example
killed a
as to why you
15
don't value
Well, can I just finish? Can I
cellular
finish real
life
quick?
after? I said, can I tell you after, right?
Yeah.
example
Oh,
as
yeah,
to
yeah.
why you
I
don't
just
care about
couldn't read. I was
cellular life?
talking.
Okay, go ahead.
So, yeah, I mean, a 15-week-old baby, you kill it, it doesn't experience the pain. That doesn't make it right. But then what about a baby, a newborn that just popped out? Then you should be able to kill it because it hasn't experienced anything yet. It doesn't know what's going on. It hasn't had any past experiences. It still would apply the same thing. And then also, when it comes to dependency, a 6-month-old baby still relies on her mother for survival. They need shelter. They need food. There's all these things that you say, well, this is why this baby doesn't matter. But you look at people on respirators, people who literally will die if they go hours without certain medical treatment. And those people should, like, are they not valuable because they are completely dependent on things? Of course not. So, of course, babies are still babies. And just because they're dependent on their mother inside the womb, that doesn't mean that it's okay to kill them. Also, the term "my body, my choice" is not correct because it's not your body, it's not your DNA, it's not your decision, as Charlie Kirk would say.
Oh God!
So that's the way I'm looking at it.
Can I respond
Well,
to
it's
these?
true.
Can I
though.
respond to these?
Yeah,
Can I
yeah.
respond to these?
Respond to all of them. Yeah.
So a newborn baby has subjective experiences. That's the reality, right? You can't say it doesn't have subjective experiences. Subjective experience starts around 20 through 24 weeks within the context of the womb. Okay. Secondly, as it relates to this, my body, my choice. That is just the common conversation that people are saying, is that they're essentially arguing that it's their bodily autonomy. It is their body. It absolutely is their body. And especially since, like, we're talking about the scenario where it's their uterus and they're pregnant and we're determining whether or not they should have a right to end the said pregnancy. So it is their body and it is their choice. And you're trying to restrict that because you think
Yes,
that
I
there's
am.
a valuable life, but there's not a valuable life.
It's crazy that
literally
you-
a zygote or an embryo. And let me go through this real quick. So, a few things here.
Yeah.
You say that it's valuable because of cellular life. I say that's wrong. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Yeah.
They're still cellularly speaking alive. So, under your view, that would be murder. You just said it should be legal to engage in murder under your view.
Wait, I said it would be wrong to pull the plug.
Oh, so it'd be murder? So everyone in the chat who specifically pulled the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead, you're saying that they're a murderer and should go to prison?
Well, I mean, if the person, yes, I mean, if the person is still has the capability of waking up.
So doctors
Yeah.
and people in the chat, type me in the comment section right now if you've pulled the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead, or anyone who is brain dead, right? If you're a doctor or a nurse or someone who's in the medical.
But wait, hold up. There's
You're
a big
saying all
difference
of these
here now
people
that I
are
think about
murderers and should
this.
go to
Let me-
prison? Are you kidding me?
Let me think about this, because a person who's brain dead, if there's no possibility of them waking up, then that's different against a person who's growing inside their mother's womb.
But
There's
the
a
point
difference
is,
there.
But the point is that they're cellularly speaking alive. So if it's just cellular life that you consider the basis for value, well, then you would say that it's murder and that they should go to prison for that. You obviously don't think that. So what does it tell us? It tells us that we don't just value cellular life as personhood. We value subjective experience or medical life. What is medical life? Medical life is when it meets the point in which it can produce a subjective experience. Does that mean you can remember everything? No. It just means that you have a subjective experience. You're conceptualizing of the world around you. It does not mean that you remember it. So yes, you're right. Newborn babies do not remember things, but remembering things or not is not the basis for you having an experience, right? I'm elevated all the time. There's a lot I forget, but I still had an experience of it.
Yes, so I'm trying to. I just don't think that's a fair comparison because between a brain dead person and a baby, because a brain dead person, like now that I actually think about that, it's just not a fair comparison. That you can't. It's not a fair comparison.
What's the relevant distinction for you?
Well, what I just said, because it's a baby that's developing into a human versus somebody who is their brain is not developing. That's the biggest difference. The brain is basically stuck. It's frozen, and there's a very low
issues here. You said it's developing into a human. I thought it was already a human at conception.
No, adult human is what I'm talking about. Like it's growing into it's developing further as a human. Yeah, that's what I'm.
Okay, so if we talk about a brain dead 8-year-old, they're still their body is still developing towards being an adult, right? Do you think that it would be murder to pull the plug on an 8-year-old that specifically?
Well, their
was
body
brain
is,
dead?
but their brain, right? But like, I'm
So now
talking
it's
about
their brain. So does a zygote have a brain?
Well, not yet.
No, so you don't value it until it has a brain, under your view, right?
No, but
No?
it's still going to develop into if it's in the mother's womb, it'll develop.
So maybe at
into
some
human
future
life.
point there might be a brain. There
Well,
isn't
yeah,
now. So then
right.
why is it valuable now? Why are you saying that you want to take away the rights for someone to choose specifically what they want to do with their own body for something that doesn't even have a fucking brain?
Because it's a developing human being.
Well, what is a human being?
A human being is an organism. It's an organism with human DNA. That's what a human being is.
Okay. All right, I have a question.
Is that scientifically is that
watch
wrong?
this.
Yes or no?
Watch this. Watch this.
Wait, answer the question. Is it right?
You're wrong.
Is
and
what
this
I
the-
said wrong?
You're wrong, and let me explain why. So let me explain why you're wrong. The reason why you're wrong in terms of the way that you use it yourself is because you do not identify the distinctions in human beings based upon just their DNA. Let me give you an example as to why. Two identical twins with the exact same DNA. Not all identical twins have the exact same DNA, but in the case in which there are two identical twins that have the exact same DNA, right? Are they the same human being?
But no. That's an exception. That's an
different human
exception
beings.
to the rule. That's an exception to the rule.
Exactly. That's my point.
But
Right?
what is your point?
So you're saying that it's true that they're specifically a human being based upon them just having human DNA and being an organism, and I'm saying no, we base it on the idea of personhood and having a subjective experience, because it is the case that you can then identify in all cases a distinction between people. That's why I would say it's a better way to specifically refer to it. 'Cause two unique
I don't
subjective
think-
experiences
yeah.
indicates a difference in people. Now, if you want to talk about the conditions for is it human life, I'm not disputing that. It's human cellular life at conception. No one's disputing that. I just don't think that meets the criteria from a philosophical standpoint for what we consider a human being and a person.
I with all due respect, I actually don't think that's a great distinction, because I actually don't really understand the argument, because your point, you're saying because in the event of there being identical twins and them having the same DNA, that doesn't make them a person. Like I'm not really tracking with it, because it doesn't make sense. And also that's like a one, I don't know the probability of identical twins, but like, so you're saying because of that, organisms with human DNA, they aren't humans because identical twins have the same DNA. Like that just doesn't, I'm not tracking with like the logic behind that.
Because the way that you said there was a distinction between human beings was that they were an organism with human DNA. If it's an organism with the same human DNA in two different scenarios, under your view, that would be the same person, because your way of distincting, making a difference between the individual in the two scenarios.
But I didn't say an organism with separate DNA. I said an organism with DNA. So it actually wouldn't be.
What do you mean?
Well, you're saying that I said that it has to have DNA, and then you said, well, then they have the same DNA, but I didn't say humans are organisms with distinct DNA from anyone else. That's not what I said. I said humans are organisms with DNA. So what? They have the same DNA. Like that doesn't, I don't understand why that wouldn't therefore
affect my argument. Like, that's what I'm confused on.
Because the way that you were determining a distinction between people was by utilizing the DNA. If you're not doing it based upon the DNA, well, then that's not the distinction of how you're identifying a human being, right?
Well,
now,
DNA is simply information that tells us, like, if you look at a dog, it's
this is
right.
irrelevant. Let's go past this. It's irrelevant. It's based on the way that we're defining the terms, and if you choose to not define it if you choose to define it as a human being, I honestly don't give a fuck. It's not valuable. If you used to say it's a human being, it's not a human being under my view. But if you consider it a human being, fine. Right? It's not valuable. It's a zygote. It's an embryo. If I were to have a petri dish right now, if I slap the fuck out of a zygote and I murder that shit under your view, should I go to prison?
But why would you do that? Like,
why would you
even
answer
do
the
that?
question, bro? I'm asking you a question. I'm not saying ask me why I'm doing this. I'm doing it for fun on TikTok.
Well, it would
for
be
YouTube
just
and TikTok
it
content,
would
to
be
rage bait
if you
pro-lifers.
stole a zygote from a place and you just destroyed it, then you would go to jail for that.
No, I made my own. I'm asking you if you think it's immoral, dude. Holy, can you answer the question I'm asking you?
But I actually just did. You said should I go to jail for that, and I said yes.
So you think I should?
Or
go to
you
jail
would go
for
to jail?
No, I'm not asking if I would go.
It's
to
not
jail.
what I. It's not what I should. It's not. I actually don't think it's what I should think.
Are you rage baiting me? Are you rage baiting me? There's no way. There's no way you're this stupid. I genuinely don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Should you go to jail? Should you go to jail for destroying a zygote?
If I had a petri dish and I slapped it to kill it, right? And I murdered it, my own petri dish that I made, my own zygote that I made, right? Should I go to jail?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you're saying I should go to jail for slapping a single cell organism.
Why is it not valuable because it's a single cell?
What about a single cell organism is valuable? It's a fucking microorganism. It's on the same scale as a bacteria.
But it's human. And humans are innately valuable.
Do you value human sperm cells?
Well, no, because they're not a fertilized human. It's not a human. It's not a That's the difference. Is you're saying like, oh, well, what about the cells in your nose that are human? Well, it's not human though. It's a part of a human body, but it's not in and of itself a human.
Yeah,
That's the difference.
Yeah, and this is what we mean. We don't think that zygotes and stuff are in of itself a person, right? In the way that we view the term personhood. Now, does it have DNA? Sure, but that's not considerably valuable. Who gives a shit? So does the DNA also exists on your random skin cells.
But it's not in and of itself a human life scientifically. That's what I'm saying.
It depends on what you mean by human life.
That in and of itself is not its own separate human life. It's a part of your body that's been developed at that point. Right? I mean, scientifically,
that's not a definition, but we don't have to fucking talk about definitions and over again because you're clearly dense when it comes to that. When it comes to the scenario, I'm asking you why you value the zygote, and I would love an answer. What
I will.
About it?
Because I think biologically we are designed to value human life more than any other organism. Like, for example, if
I'm not asking you why you value them more than other organisms. I'm asking you why you value the single cell organism at conception.
I just told you, and now I'm using a comparison to tell you why. So I do believe that humans are innately valuable because we are the most intelligent species. Like, we value as humans intelligent species over others. That's why we're attracted more to dogs and dolphins and certain creatures that are more emotionally intelligent. So we are literally designed to preserve our own species and take priority in preserving our own species. Like, that's hardwired into us.
Pigs are super smart. I don't know.
Pigs?
Yes, pigs are smart.
Well,
pigs, I'm pretty sure, are smarter than dogs.
I'm pretty sure we have dominion like over the world, like human beings.
Yeah, whatever. That's religious. Okay, so is your view religious?
It's actually that's just true. Do we not control the world as humans? Are we not the most intelligent species?
I'm asking you, is that a religious perspective? Because you said the word dominion.
Yeah, I knew you. I thought you would realize that. Didn't you grow up in a Christian household?
Yep. Went to church twice a week as a kid.
Yeah, I mean, but going back, did I answer your question though?
No.
Why I think why didn't I
if
suffice?
if it's Christian oriented, Christianity doesn't mean that you have to.
I didn't
accept-
use Christianity to defend it at all. I said scientifically we value human life the most because we
Value
are
is not
designed
scientific under your perspective. Value is going to be religious.
I'm talking about okay, maybe I'm trying to find the right word. Biology. We're designed to preserve our own species. Like that's just what we do. I mean, you can't disagree with that. I mean, we're
Hey, dude.
That's
Hey,
what
dude.
humans do.
Does that mean it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead because they're a part of the human species?
It depends. It's a different scenario than a
What?
human.
It depends on what? Tell me what
It's-
does it depend on? What does it depend on?
Well, it depends on if the doctors think that person has a chance of waking
If
up.
they're
or
brain
not.
dead means that they're not going to come back. It's irreversible. Now, there are
Right.
situations where brain death has been misdiagnosed, but we're talking about in a true diagnosis of brain death.
Right. So then why are you asking me that question to then ask me later, is it wrong to kill a baby? Because the examples
No,
are
I'm not-
different.
I
because
know. Listen. You said, right, specifically because it's a part of the human species and it's living and we want to protect our own species. So I asked you, is it murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead because they're a part of the human species?
well, at that point they're only being kept alive based off of
machines,
a respirator,
But just
right?
because someone's only being taken care of by machines does not mean that they're not valuable.
Right, but what I'm saying is you're talking about someone who's brain dead where their brain is physically dead, and you're saying, is that wrong versus a baby that their brain is
I'm not
growing
doing a
and is
versus.
alive?
All right, I'm not doing a versus as of right now. Okay, no versus is happening right now. Okay, you brought up the point that because it's human cellular life, that we want to protect our species. So it's wrong in every case to specifically murder it because it is the case that it's of our species just because it's human cellular life. Same thing is going to be true about individuals that are brain dead as well. They're part of the human species. They're cellularly speaking alive. Under your view, it's then murder and people should go to prison for pulling the plug on individuals in their family that are brain dead.
I don't know. I don't know if they should go to jail because I think it would be a thing of I don't know. I think it's one of those things where I mean, you're ending something that would be dead otherwise if it's not being it's hard because but here's let me explain this. It's hard because it's a lot different than like someone with the pacemaker or somebody who's taking medicine because it's like the highest degree of needing assistance. So it's should they go to jail? And the person has no chance of ever waking up.
They're brain dead. Irreversible sensations of
Right.
subjective experience in the brain.
I mean, probably not at that point. But then again, I mean, the word dead is in it. Like the word dead, the human is dead at that point, right? So I guess it's different.
Okay,
a zygote is alive. A zygote is alive where at that point that person is pretty much dead.
Hey, dude,
so that's
they're still
right.
cellularly alive. It's a different sense of the term dead.
But they have no chance of ever waking up. Where a baby does have a chance of living longer. Right?
Wait, say that one more time.
Like a brain dead person has no chance of living longer.
Dude, they're cellularly alive. They will stay cellularly alive if you keep them on the medical services, okay?
Yeah, but their brain is dead though.
Exactly. So they're dead in the context of brain
Okay,
death.
but a baby's
So think about it this way.
baby's dead.
So think about it this way. Think about it this way, okay? Yeah. If you consider them medically dead at that point, when does medical life begin?
When does medical life begin?
Yeah, if they're medically dead at the point of brain death, when does medical life begin?
Define medical life. When the brain is I see what you're saying. Well, I mean,
like if someone's dead, brain dead, they're medically dead. Do you agree with me?
When a person begins growing, I guess, when a person at like conception, I guess, is what it would be.
No, that's not what it means because
Why?
that would be cellular life. Cellular life is not what's granted as the determination for life if we're talking about medical life, because medical life ends at brain death, right? So if medical death is determined at brain death, it can't be something related to just cellular life, because cellular life is still present, right? It's subjective experience.
But
Around 20 through
so
20.
you don't think it's an unfair comparison because the zygote is growing and developing. Here I want you to understand.
I'm not making a comparison.
No,
right
no,
now.
I'm not.
I'm
No,
not
listen,
making
listen.
a comparison.
But I'm using. Calm down.
No.
Look at how.
I'm sorry if I go over the same thing a million different times and you're misunderstanding every single time. I'm sorry. I'm gonna respond this way.
Okay. Look at it how I'm.
You're not.
thinking.
You're clear. It sounds like you're almost purposefully misunderstanding.
I'm not. This is what I'm saying though. If you're looking at it from my perspective, where a zygote is growing, is in developing as a human, and then you have, on the other hand, you have a brain dead person who is incapable. They're basically dead. They're not growing and developing as a human. Yes, they both have cellular life, but I guess I don't want to change my definition, but I thought you would understand in my definition is that like human life is relating to the fact that it's growing and it's developing in some sort of way, some shape or form.
Okay. You know that people who are like individuals that are brain dead, their nails can grow. That's a form of development.
I'm talking, yeah, but their brain. I'm talking more about from a brain standpoint, like they're developing.
Okay. Is the brain developing at conception? No, there's not a fucking brain, so it's not developing. A brain has to exist in order for it to develop. Okay. So are you saying prior to the point in which it has a brain that you don't consider it a person?
No.
Then what the hell are you saying? You're all over the place, bro. Okay, let me get you to this point. Medical death happens at brain death, right? Where does medical life begin? Brain alive, right?
Right.
Okay, and if brain death isn't just
when
based upon...
When does a baby have a brain, though?
Well, it's not just having a brain, because brain dead individuals have a brain. It's about specifically having a brain that has the certain aspects of the brain operating to produce a subjective experience, because that's what we consider brain life, is when you produce a subjective experience, okay? So, if brain death happens at the end of sentience, when sentience has gone away, brain life begins earliest 20 through 24 weeks. Earliest. And some indicate even later. So, the earliest at that point. So that's what you consider valuable at that point, right? Would be brain life, medical life. That's specifically when that begins.
Yeah, I guess the way I'm thinking of it is like it's such a unique scenario when somebody's like on like when somebody's brain dead and it's such a rare scenario. So it's like I feel like it's tough because it's like from a cost standpoint, it's not cheap to keep someone on life support, right? You know, so it's like I feel like most people ideally wouldn't want to pull the plug, but they have to because of, you know, financial reasons. Like they can't. Like well, then what's the point of continuing them to live like this?
A lot of people get an abortion
Right.
not because they want to, but because they financially can't afford.
Well, there's adoption. That's actually not true.
Well, couldn't you have society take care of people specifically who are brain dead as well?
What do you mean?
Couldn't you have society specifically? Couldn't you have like in the same way that you have society take care of like people through the context of adoption? Couldn't you have society for brain dead individuals as well? Like society takes care of them. So would you say that should exist? That the law enforces a system where you keep brain dead individuals on life support until they decompose?
I don't know.
Maybe it's something you need to think about.
Do you think people should take responsibility for their actions when they have sex and think about that maybe before? Because, you know, most abortions are happening because like it's consensual sex and they just decide to have abortion.
So if you want to talk about the conditions of people specifically getting an abortion, I think the way that they are taking quote unquote responsibility is by getting an abortion if they want it.
Wouldn't the responsibility is not having sex in the first place or using all the other ways of protection?
If you want to be an incel, you can do that, but you don't have to force everyone else to do that.
How is that being an incel?
Well, you just said don't have sex, dude. I'm sorry, bro. That's not gonna happen.
I said don't have sex. No, that's actually not what I said. I said don't have sex or use the other types of protection that there are out there. So it's not true.
Over 50% of abortions come from failed contraceptives, meaning that they did utilize contraceptives, but yet they still got pregnant.
Where's that data come from? That doesn't sound possible.
The Guttmacher Institute. You can literally look it up.
So you're saying 50% of people use protection before getting an abortion?
Way more than 50%. That's just the amount of people that get pregnant, because contraceptives, they reduce the likelihood of you getting pregnant. So if most people are using it, and it is the case that there are a small percentage of circumstances where people get pregnant, even though it is the case that they were using it, right? That's going to make up a majority of the circumstances of people getting abortions, is people who are in circumstances where it failed, right? Because so many people are using it. If, like, say 90% of the public is using it, and, like, let's say it has like a 10% likelihood of failing, which is way higher than what it typically is, right? 10% of the 90% of people, right, specifically would get pregnant, and then a certain percent of them would choose to get access to an abortion, right? So that would make up the more than half of the abortions, right, comparative to the amount of people who specifically did not utilize contraceptives and still got pregnant and then are deciding to get an abortion.
That's a lot. I wasn't able to track. I tracked some of it, but I kind of see what you're saying.
What part did you not track?
The numbers part, where you're saying how that got to 55% when the contraceptives are at 10%.
Okay, so essentially the point that I was bringing up is that contraceptives most times, right, work and are effective, but in some circumstances don't. And in the some circumstances where they don't, people get pregnant. Now, not every circumstance that someone gets pregnant while utilizing a contraceptive do they get an abortion, but in some circumstances they do. And in those circumstances that they do, that makes up more than half of the set of circumstances for people getting abortions. Less than half of the abortions that happen are from people who did not utilize contraceptives at all and still got pregnant.
Right. And I guess, like, I mean, I still think, but here's the thing though, like, sex isn't one of those things where it's like you have to have it to, like, survive. So I feel like every time, even if you are using perception, hey, am I wrong?
Well, I'm not stopping, bro. You're not stopping me.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, is like, do you think people, when they engage in sex, should be prepared to have a child, like know that could become a child? You know, that the wife could get pregnant or the girl could get pregnant.
I think it's something to take into account, but I don't think that it's something that you have to expect everyone specifically would know. Like when I was 17 years old, right, I clearly was not able to take care of a kid at the age of 17. That would be absurd.
Right, but you didn't have to have sex either.
So I still was going to. The fuck?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you should know what you're getting into. Like, you should, if you're gonna have sex,
so we should have proper sex ed. So we should teach children sex ed, right? We shouldn't be defunding sex ed like a bunch of these different conservative and Republican areas.
Defund sex. I mean, I don't think it's really something
we should
that needs
stop
to be
preaching
taught. It's just kinda
abstinence,
common
because
sense.
preaching abstinence has not done anything good.
Well, I mean,
just don't have sex. Yeah, how many people actually listen to that, man? Come on. Someone says that to me. I don't
Who
listen
knows,
to them at
bro?
all. Come on, be real.
Who knows? Semen retention? No, that's kind of bullshit. Whatever.
I'm sorry. Do you, are you 100% abstinent?
What?
Are you 100% abstinent?
No.
Could you take care of a kid right now?
No, but I mean, you gotta.
Dude, this guy, man. This guy, I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
What?
I can't do it. The hypocrisy is crazy. You can't take care of a kid right now. You're still engaging in sex, but you're like, everyone else, stop engaging in sex if you can't take care of children.
So using, oh my gosh, that's what condoms are for, buddy.
You think that they're 100% effective. So if you specifically got someone pregnant, right, still utilizing condoms, right?
That's why you don't.
Do you think that they should be allowed to get access to an abortion?
No, it's just about like controlling yourself and not, going all the way. I think, but that's what I would say.
What do you mean controlling yourself and not going all the way? What does that even mean?
Like not, finishing. Like that's what. What?
That's so. The actual edgelord. I'm sorry, bro. What? Who does that? Who does that? That's crazy, bro. I'm not gonna go into specifics on that, but what the fuck? What? That's nuts, dude. And also, do you know there's something called pre-cum as well, right?
Yeah, I know.
So you could still get someone pregnant doing that.
How? Yeah, in a very low likelihood, yeah.
This is so crazy. This is such a crazy thing. I can't even fucking believe it, dude. That's a crazy statement to make, dude. That's actually nuts. He's like, dude, I can do it insofar as I just don't finish, bro. Like, that's so crazy. Do you hear yourself?
What do you mean?
You're telling people not to have sex, and you're still doing it yourself.
I think you just got.
You're not ready to have kids, so then
you got to be more cautious. You got to be more cautious. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, telling people to be more cautious doesn't mean that they shouldn't be able to get access to an abortion, right?
I think we just have a fundamental disagreement on human life and when it begins, right? Or what we value as human life.
If you found out that your kid, once they meet the age of 18 years old, got an abortion, would you disown them?
No.
If your kid committed murder, would you disown them?
No, why would I disown them? Like, they're still my child. Like, okay, sure. I don't understand.
But they committed murder, under your view, right? How about this? A friend specifically got an abortion, right? Would you specifically stop being friends with them?
Yes, probably, yeah.
You would stop being friends with them if they got an abortion?
I would if they believed that, obviously I would try to tell them why I think they did it was wrong, but I would tell them
if your partner got pregnant and they chose to get an abortion, would you stay in a relationship with them?
What? Yeah.
Yeah, you would? So if you found out that your partner murdered someone, would you stay in a relationship with them?
No.
Okay, so you don't think it's murder? You know what? That's the question I should be asking. I'm gonna start asking that question from now on. That is a fucking banger question right there.
What?
Absolute banger question. Right? If you were in a relationship with someone and they got an abortion, would you stay in the relationship with them? And obviously you would say, yeah, you'd stay in a relationship with them, right?
But what was the question you asked before?
Would you stay in a relationship with them? You said yeah, right? So then you must not think that they're a murderer, because you probably wouldn't stay with your partner if you fucking realized that they murdered somebody, right? Like,
if someone aborted my baby and I was in a relationship with them, would I stay with them?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, so you'd break up with them?
Probably.
That's crazy. That's crazy. But you would stay friends with someone if they got an abortion?
No, I told you no.
So no, you wouldn't stay friends with them?
No.
Okay.
Probably not.
Okay. How about if they thought it was okay? Would you stay in a relationship with someone who was pro-choice?
No.
No, you wouldn't. So you'd break up with them if you found out that they were pro-choice.
Well, I would know that before.
What if they changed their mind? If they changed their mind and became pro-choice, would you break up with them?
No. Or wait. If they changed their mind and they became... I've never ever met somebody who's gone from pro-life to pro-choice, because it's
You've never met someone who went from pro-life to pro-choice?
Not personally. That's just me, though. So.
Well, people do that on the live stream all the time. That happens all the time. There are people in the chat that happen with them. And also, let me let you know as well. Hello, me. I used to be a Trump supporter, and when I was in high school, I was a Trump supporter. Now, I don't know if I was pro-life in the same sense that I probably could view it now. I probably was anti-abortion but pro-choice, thinking back on it. But like I've seen many people specifically who had similar views, right, have that position, be pro-life and change. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think it's been a good discussion. I honestly got to go, but it's been good.
I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Denise, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Denise. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. As well as Jessica, another Jessica, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Alyssa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $7. Kimber with the $10. Kimber, another with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I need to find something like that. And then Shauna, thank you for the $5. Thank you. All right, let's get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god.
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
So, first things first, I'm in the military, right? So, let's get that out of the way. I support Trump on mainly two things. First of all, he's the only president in modern time to combat the rise of China. And I very like the direction he's bringing the Department of War or the Department of Defense.
Okay. Other presidencies have addressed China. That's just not true.
Not as much as, Trump has. If you look at what the
has Trump
Democrats
done?
did.
What has Trump done?
Trump, the tariffs, and he's strengthening our ties with our countries over there. During Biden administration, right, Joe Biden pretty much abandoned the Indo-PACOM region, which is our allies like Japan, Korea, Philippines, Vietnam, our good allies out there. Joe Biden abandoned them. He absolutely abandoned them, left them to dry out on the curb, and let China.
How did he abandon them? In what way did he abandon them?
In what way?
Yeah.
By when? Do you not remember China building? I'll give you a good example. The Philippines, right? China was building all these artificial islands. China would bring out boats full of sand and dump them in the Philippine Sea to try to get a legitimate claim on the Philippine Sea, right?
Well,
so
I'm
China
asking what did the Biden do?
Oh, I'm telling you. So when China was doing this, right, they were making artificial man-made islands to enhance their claim in the South China Sea. Joe Biden let it happen. Joe Biden did not support our Filipino allies who, when the Philippines try to go to the island and say, hey, this is our island, why are you guys on our land? Joe Biden did not support our Filipino allies at all. Just, there is no source. It's just truth. I mean, you could say that, but trust me, bro. I've never seen that. It's funny, but nah, bro. Dude, have you not heard about this? China makes artificial islands.
Go find your source, man.
You don't believe me. You don't believe it.
Wait, I don't just believe you when you say it. I need a source, man. I don't trust random Trump supporters that just say things on my lives. Like I don't think that's a valid source. I don't think that's a legitimate standing. Now, could what you're saying be true? Absolutely. There have been plenty
100%.
of circumstances where some people have come up in my life and they've said totally true things. Now go find the source.
If I close up TikTok, is it gonna kick me out of the live?
No, I just won't hear you. You can come back into the app, and as soon as you get back into the app, I should be able to hear you again.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it because I don't want to risk it. But anyways, you're gonna.
Hugo, thank you so much for the $10. Darsel, thank you for the $5. Josh for the $5. Mick Skittles, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Mojo, thank you for the £5. Libby, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Zach with the $20. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Naya, thank you so much for the $50. Get some W's for Naya in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Naya. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Johan, thank you so much for the $5. Neon with the $5. Carolina, thank you for the $2. Just Me, thank you for the $5. And Neon with the $10. Thank you.
All right, but anyways, China is creating artificial islands in the South China Sea to enhance their claim on the 9-dash line. The 9-dash line is what China claims, right? It is what they lawfully claim in the South China Sea. And they are impeding on our allies' claims constantly with Malaysia, Philippines, and Vietnam.
Hey,
right?
can we talk about something that you do have sources for?
I mean, this is a true thing.
Don't just repeat what you don't have sources to prove. We can talk about the TPP, specifically how Donald Trump has gone after trade agreements with us in countries around the world, especially in Asia.
Okay, and like, I'm just telling you that Trump is the only president to combat China. And if you disagree with that, okay, then let's go.
He's not the only one, right? Now, in terms
what did
of
Biden do?
like for example, Biden specifically put tariffs on China relating to EVs, right, and EV production to help build up American manufacturing in terms of EV production.
Okay, but then if you look at our other allies, Biden left them out to dry, and it's you can't argue that he didn't. But anyways, if you want to argue something I do have sources on is what do you think about Pete Hegseth in the Department
right here?
of
I have a title from BBC. South China Sea. Biden says U.S. will defend the Philippines if China attacks.
Well, yeah, that's basic stuff, but that's like a full-on invasion. The Philippines is our closest ally in the region, by far.
They literally invoked that under the administration. And then days after, Biden promises ironclad support. Boom. There.
And then how come Biden didn't go in and support the Philippines when the Philippines went back out there? And you know what China was doing to the Filipino Navy, a small country? China bullied them. China was doing water cannons at them, pointing lasers.
You're not actually creating anything legitimate.
I am. You're not showing anything legitimately relevant in terms of the different affairs between nations, insofar as that you would specifically say that like Trump is going to create better conditions. Do you think that the people in the Philippines prefer Trump in terms of his leadership? Yes, 100. I've been to the Philippines 4 times, right? I don't want to go too much in my military service, but I've been to the Philippines 4 times, right? The Philippines absolutely despises China. They love Trump over there. They did not like Biden. They despise Biden over there. They 100% do. And I talk about it too. I talk to Filipino locals, the ones selling the little food out there stands. I've talking to them multiple times about this, and they feel the same exact way, that Biden has left them out to fail, and now they're excited that Trump is back because Trump actually backs them. I don't know how you're saying
ratings.
that.
Hold up, I'm going to find approval ratings.
And this is just one
Biden
example.
had a higher approval rating than Trump. That's just not true.
I mean, if that's what you think, sure.
It is. No, it's true. This is from Statista.
That in the Philippines, Biden had a higher approval
Biden had a 9% higher approval rating than Trump.
I mean, that's just not true because I've talked to many Filipinos.
Looking at it from Statista right now.
I've talked to many Filipinos and they don't feel that way.
Okay, well that's anecdotal. I'm giving you statistical
And the
evidence
Philippines
from
is
Statista.
the Philippines is just one example of a country. What about all of our other allies in the region that we left out to dry? What about the U.S. Army deactivating multiple units in South Korea?
Well, you want me to
What do you
show
know about that?
Let's take a look at like our allies and let's see the public confidence they have in the different world leaders. You want to see it real quick?
Sure. That's blurry. Can't really see it, but
yeah, I understand. I'm currently moving it so that you can see it.
All right,
You understand
man.
that, right? This is Donald Trump. Do you see this?
Yeah.
Look at his. This is a confidence in him to do the right thing regarding world affairs. Do you see his 24 country median?
Okay. That's just what the countries think. That's not what he actually does.
34% confidence regarding world affairs. For him to do
That's
the
just what
right thing
people
regarding
think.
world affairs. Now, let's take a look at what Kamala Harris was. For example.
And you
Kamala
really think
Harris-
Kamala Harris would stick up to China when China tries to bully our allies?
Then Trump is.
I
Trump.
100% disagree on that.
Kamala Harris would definitely do better than Trump is.
What has Kamala Harris done to do that in her career? I'll give you one example. The Democrat Party.
Hold up. Take a look. This is her confidence ratings.
Okay, and that doesn't mean nothing.
That's significantly higher. It's literally inverse.
Okay, and that doesn't mean anything.
She has over 55%
what matters is
confidence.
what actually happened. What matters is the execution.
So you won't accept any sources. What do you mean the execution? The countries around the world, they have way more confidence in her to do the right thing comparative to Donald Trump. If you want to talk about the conditions, all right, she was VP. She doesn't have as much power specifically to do those things, but yet still, they had significantly higher confidence in her than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a laughingstock on the world stage. Donald Trump is absolutely atrocious. Donald Trump does not do the best for the world. He's advocating for tariffs on all these different countries, so they are boycotting American products. Right? We are not looked at as the leader of the world with Donald Trump in the political office.
Yes, we are. If you're a laughing stock.
In 2018, the EU and European countries, as we specifically engage with, indicated that the world leader, the leader of the world, was Angela Merkel, because it is the case that Donald Trump was a laughing stock on the world stage. Right? We are not looked at specifically as the leader of the world, of the free world, under Donald Trump. That's not what happened.
We are. And I want you to look at one other thing. Search up how many of these NATO countries meet the annual budget for their NATO spending.
They increased NATO spending under the Biden-Harris administration to a greater extent.
You know why? Because back in 2017, Trump fucking went into NATO and caused havoc.
I don't even dispute that NATO needs to spend more, but Trump has talked a lot more about that. Trump has talked about pulling out of NATO. Trump has talked about all of these different things also, but now recently he's more pro-NATO and more pro-Ukraine because he specifically is indicating that we can take back the entirety of of Ukraine that in which Russia took. So if you want to talk about that, we can, but this is not going to indicate again that Trump is better off. It's going to indicate again he's worse off.
No, I think he's better off. Our European allies are absolutely useless. Germany is a useless ally. Our best ally in Europe is Poland.
So, okay, you're just saying we have a bunch of useless allies. Okay, so then do you think we should get rid of NATO?
I think that there needs to be significant reform in NATO. Because NATO, as an organization,
you said Germany is a useless ally. What makes you think that Germany is a useless ally?
The German military is severely. Trust me, I've worked with the German military in my army career. Right, I've seen how they operate.
By the way, the only thing is not just military. What else? What are the reasons in general as to why Germany is a horrible ally under your view?
My bad. Let me reframe. Germany is a terrible military ally. I'll say that.
Okay.
I worked with Germany multiple times. I worked with German troops. I worked with German commanders, right? And I've seen firsthand they are ill-equipped. No, I'm active.
You're active duty?
Yeah.
Okay. So then I guess I have a few questions then. Did you take an oath to the Constitution?
I did.
Okay. So and that was to uphold the Constitution, correct?
Yes.
So if Donald Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, would you stop supporting him?
Hell yeah. The hell?
Okay. Well, I can give you a tweet right now of Donald Trump saying just that. Literally verbatim. Would you like to see?
I mean, that's why are we changing the topic here, though?
Because I knew that this would be relevant as soon as I knew that was applicable. So I want you to take a look here.
I'm not like a Trump. First of all, I'm not even a Trump blazer. Honestly, I'm not like so super MAGA to begin with, but. Okay, and if Trump tried to enact something like that, I would stick to my oath. If Trump tried to enact something like that, I would stick to my oath.
You said if he said this, you wouldn't support him anymore. He did say this. I'm sure.
I didn't say that. I said I would support my oath. I said I would support my oath to the Constitution, to the people.
You said that. You literally said if.
You to say that I'm not. What have you done?
If Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, would you say that it is the case that you wouldn't support him anymore?
If he actively tried to, terminate that and want to, he has to actively.
So if he said it, you still would support him, right?
Trump says a lot of things.
Okay. And I am going to evaluate, because this is, again, him calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. That's a complete and total violation of the Constitution, right? I absolutely think that is a violation of the oath, right? Like, just based upon utilizing your, just basic reasoning skills. It's going to indicate that on it yet, you still wouldn't support them, right?
I don't know. I'd have to see their other policies.
You don't know.
I would have to see their other policies.
Okay, not only has he done that, but he's actively gone against the Constitution in multiple ways. He violated a 9-0 order from the Supreme Court. He called for people to be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which is a violation of the First Amendment. Valid?
Yeah.
Isn't that one of the freedoms you fight for?
Yeah, and I've had people that I had very close friends to me that died wearing that flag. So.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it should be illegal. You fought for the freedom, right?
I fought for the freedom, right? Now, it is uniform, right? It is incredibly disrespectful to burn the flag.
Trump would be in prison.
Do I think all disrespectful actions should be, like, given prison?
Yeah, like, should it be illegal? Should you get a year in prison for disrespectful actions?
I mean, no, but...
Okay, so then why should it be illegal just because it's disrespectful?
Because, I mean, okay, fine. I'll give you that one, man. Sure. I understand where you're coming from, but do you think what's your opinion on it? Do you think it's disrespectful?
I can see how people see it as disrespectful. It depends on the context, because I do think that I do think you can burn the American flag and just you're going against the certain conditions of the Trump administration right now, and that would make total sense. I could see how.
You know what happens in other countries when you burn their flag?
Well, it doesn't matter just because it happens in other countries, right? I could point to a bunch of different countries where you disagree with the laws that exist in their countries.
Oh yeah, but anyways, going back to our original topic, Trump is just much more superior in foreign policy, especially with our militaries and how we coordinate with each other.
Can I ask you a question? How do you feel about Trump saying that John McCain is not a war hero because he was captured?
I think that's bogus. John McCain is a war hero.
Yeah, so you obviously think that's insane and fucked up, right? So
yeah.
Then,
like I said, I'm not
still support him even though he said that. Why do you still support him even though he said that veterans are suckers and losers? Trump also said that veterans are suckers and losers. Why do you support him still in that context?
Because Trump says a lot of dumb shit. Like I said, I'm not no crazy MAGA supporter, but Trump says a lot of dumb shit. I will agree with you on that.
So
he does.
Why do you support him even though he does such crazy shit?
Because I just told you his foreign policy, especially his stance on China and what he has done for the military, especially the Department of War. I know it's harder for a civilian to understand it, but especially what the Department of War has done, it's reformed our military into a modern, lethal fighting force compared to what it wasn't before.
It already was. You understand that we had the largest investment in the military of any country ever. It was already the largest military in the world by far. If you want to talk about the conditions for us being in response to China, I think we're in a worse circumstance specifically to grow our economy and to continue specifically growing our overall system so that we can support any system that we would need to when Donald Trump imposes tariffs that are incredibly harmful to our economy. Also, the trade war is not beneficial. We've got nothing out of the trade war with China. What did we get?
I agree with you.
So then why are you arguing that was the good thing that Donald Trump did specifically in relation to addressing China when it was absolutely atrocious and we've got nothing out of it?
Because you got to look at the other things that Trump did. Like I said earlier, Trump supporting our allies in the region when Biden left them out to dry.
They didn't. I literally just gave you a citation earlier that they did not do that and that they specifically said that they would have ironclad defense. Right? Biden says support for Philippines, Japan defense, ironclad amid growing China provocations. That was in April 11th, 2024. This is a PBS article.
Okay, and that's just talk. Is he actually going to execute that?
You understand that? Wait, this is actually them executing. It was him meeting with different world leaders.
Okay, so then where was he supporting our Filipino allies when China was invading small Filipino islands in the South China Sea? Where was Joe Biden?
You literally provided no source or information that he wasn't providing anything in any certain context. I would love for you to provide me a single source that indicates this. Give me a single one.
I mean, I would if I could, but
you can. I'll give you time.
I'm not going to close the app right now to go searching for that. But
yes,
you just remember that whole time.
Go for it. How about you go do it right now? We have time.
Nah, man. It's just true.
It's just true. So exactly. Yeah. Trust me, please trust me.
Nah, man. If you were around during the time, if you paid attention to international, news, you would see that. and I saw firsthand the islands.
I did pay attention, and again, you need to provide me a source. If you can't provide me a source, that's your fault. It's not my fault.
What is my source? My two own eyes? Because
Your two own eyes is not a source. You need to provide an actual verifiable. You need to provide verifiable proof for the live stream.
China. So you support China?
No.
It sounds like you do. Would you willing to admit that China is a communist dictatorship that is committing a genocide?
The United States is also committing a genocide.
We're committing a genocide against it.
Yes, Gaza, right? It's funding a genocide in Gaza.
Israel has every right for military action in Gaza.
Oh, so now you're just saying genocide is justified.
I'm not saying genocide is justified. I'm saying that Israel has every
You just said it was.
Okay, and then what about
Israel is committing the genocide?
Then what about October 7th when all the Palestinians flew on fucking little kites over the border to go ahead and kill innocent Jewish families? What about that?
That's wrong. That is atrocious, right?
So then why are you guys supporting terrorists? You're supporting a terrorist organization.
You're the one who supports a terrorist organization, the IOF, the Israeli Occupational Forces, right?
No,
you understand that? Wait, define terrorist.
Terrorist? People that go in and innocently kill?
So what's happening in Gaza? Like Israel currently actively in it killing a bunch of innocents in Gaza?
So is the USA terrorist? So let me ask you this. Is the USA terrorist for after 9/11 when we went into the Middle East? Are we terrorists?
Yes. That was terrorism. That was the U.S. engaging in terrorism. Yes.
Okay, that is a crazy claim that you think the USA that we were terrorists.
It's not. The U.S.
that we were terrorists because
the U.S. justified going into the Middle East based upon lies that there were weapons. The U.S. justified going into the Middle East based upon weapons of mass destruction, which is a total and complete lie. They used that as justification, then went in there for the past 20 years, hundreds of thousands of civilians dead, millions of people dead. That is absolutely fucking atrocious. It's disgusting, and that is terrorism sponsored by the U.S. government. It absolutely is. If you cannot acknowledge that is terrorism, then your claims that anyone else is engaging in terrorism are completely unfounded, and they have no basis in reality, because you are not saying that it's terrorism when specifically the U.S. or Israel specifically engages in it. And that's why I'm anti-war. That's why I say that we should not be doing that shit around the entire world. We shouldn't be putting fucking almost $1 trillion a year into our military so that we can engage in destabilization of the entire global sphere, right? Specifically around the entire world, rather than using that money to invest, right, in trade relations, in, building up, our infrastructure, and, and providing people health care and health insurance and child care and housing affordability and ensuring that Americans are actively taken care of. But instead of doing that, we're putting hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars over decades into funding literally genocides, into funding literally mass destruction of, countries around the entire world, destabilizing their countries, literally funding military dictatorships and reinstating them over when they have democracies, right? That's not what the U.S. should be doing on a world stage. What the U.S. should be doing is specifically taking care of its own, putting America first, actually caring about itself, right? Instead of specifically going around the entire world, right, and trying to play fucking police and trying to go around the entire world and trying to literally play military man and fucking killing people en masse. That is terrorism. Absolutely.
And real quick, the whatever you said, right? Our military budget is not enough to sustain our military. We need to be pumping more money into our military to sustain it.
Dude, that's crazy. We spend more than the next 14 nations.
I'm going to tell you right now. Units are struggling.
No.
Units are struggling.
Not because
I'll give you a great example.
Let me explain this. We spend more than the next 14 nations combined, most of them being
it's
our
not
allies.
Enough.
We could cut our military budget in half and still spend over $100 billion more than the next 10.
It's not enough.
More than the next, more than China specifically. Now, if you're saying it's not enough, right, then it's not enough because of how we're currently spending it, because we can't account for the trillions of dollars. Why is the Department of Defense not passing any of these audits? Trillions of dollars gone. We have no clue where it went.
All right, but we need more money in the Department of Defense, right? Department of War. First of all, let's stop calling it Department of Defense. Department of Defense is not a
Department of Defense.
Department of War. It's Department of War.
Nope.
It is.
Stay
Department
mad.
of War.
Stay mad.
But anyways,
why?
Right?
Are you a sensitive little snowflake getting mad that I'm using a different word?
No,
look at this sensitive little snowflake getting so mad about words.
I'm respecting you. I ask for the same respect back, man. But anyways, there are units that are struggling with maintenance, right? I see it, right? I'm in the military. I've been in multiple different units. I've seen units where they can't get Strykers working. They can't get HIMARS working. They can't get 270s. All these military assets that we have, right? On paper, what good does it do if those units can't maintain their stuff? I'm telling you right now, if it's harder to explain to someone that's not in the military, right? But if you go into any one of these units, right? One of these military units, right? And if you ask, hey, what percentage of your guys' vehicles and equipment is war ready? If China invaded today, are we war ready?
China's not invading.
To 95% of the units would not be war ready, would not be war capable. They wouldn't, not at all.
Because we're not in wartime. We're not in wartime. We don't need to be actively wartime all the time.
Trust me, I
hear
it all the
time. And by the way, again, in terms of this, that's not a claim. They will prepare and they will get involved. You understand that war doesn't need to happen like that in terms of us being able to immediately 100%
so when China
divert
invades
everything
Taiwan,
towards war economy. That's not how
so
we
when
run our
China
economy.
invades Taiwan,
We don't run our economy on just 100% wartime. Right, we're not going into war right now. China's not going to invade the United States. This is fear mongering.
They're going to invade Taiwan in 2027.
Okay, so you say that they're going to invade Taiwan in 2027 under Trump. Is Trump going to be able to respond?
Yes, because Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, is actively preparing us for that. The Democrats are very restricting us with our military spending, right? But Pete Hegseth is trying his best, kicking out fat soldiers, transgender soldiers,
You're so
kicking them all
fucking
out.
disgusting. Kicking out trans people is so fucked up. There's literally no reason to do that. Also, specifically
I'm gonna
people,
tell you.
you want specifically military officers and generals not to be quote unquote fat. Have you seen the fucking president? Hello? Do you know you think that looks good on a world stage under your own perspective? He said it doesn't look good. It makes us look weak to other nations, but it's okay with the fucking president? Are you kidding me?
So,
Are you trolling? You've got to be joking me.
It's a readiness issue, right? That's what we call it in the military. It's a readiness issue.
You've got to be, no. Hold up. It's a readiness issue? Is Trump ready?
If you have a soldier that cannot pass his annual
Hegseth, by the way, Hegseth did not say it was specifically a readiness issue. Hegseth said it makes us look weak. That's what he said. He said it makes us look weak. So no matter what why doesn't he apply that to the president? Why doesn't he? The first thing that came to my mind was why doesn't he talk about the president?
Why I don't talk about the president?
No, fucking Hegseth.
Because that's not his job to talk about this president. His job is to make sure that readiness and standards are maintained in the military.
Yeah, but not by the head of the military, right? Not by the president.
Check. There's a saying in the military: check down, not up.
Okay. So rules for thee, but not for me. Rules for thee, but not for Trump.
Right? The reason why
Trump doesn't get any of these rules at all.
The reason why
there needs to be none of these rules for Trump.
The reason why. Right, fat and transgender soldiers are a readiness issue.
You're crazy.
If we have a soldier, it has nothing
to do with trans people. The fact that you want to kick out trans people is fucking disgusting. It's actually fucking disgusting. There's no fucking reason you can point to specifically gum up with literally why you think trans people should be kicked out of the military. That's fucking crazy. Now tell me again why President fucking Bone Spurs, who dodged the draft on multiple fucking occasions, right, is the person that specifically makes this country look strong when it is the case that literally that's what is being prioritized by Pete Hegseth. Please tell us why President Bone Spurs.
What was your question?
Yeah, tell us why President Bone Spurs, right, who dodged the draft on multiple occasions, right, specifically, is actually making this country look so very strong.
Because he directed Pete Hegseth as the Secretary of War.
to go after people that look like Trump, that act like Trump, that are like Trump, but not Trump.
It's all Pete Hegseth. Trump has almost no say in the military at all. It's all Pete Hegseth, right? All these rules are getting passed about
if Trump were in the military, Pete would have kicked Trump out. Judy, thank you for the $10. Emily with the $5. Thank you so much, Roberto. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Sonia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Janelle, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Megan, thank you for the $5. Madison, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
But anyways, right? Pete Hegseth is the best thing that has happened to the military. If you disagree with that, I don't see how you.
No, it's not. Pete Hegseth is a joke, dude.
do you not support maintaining readiness? A ready force? Should we just be like casually lounging around? So like a soldier, right? An average soldier.
I don't think the conditions that they specifically applied on through the context of Pete Hegseth are good. I think that they're bad. I think specifically the things like attacking people specifically for having beards is crazy. And I think that's definitely really harmful, especially for people who cannot shave their beards to that extent. That doesn't take away from them doing anything good in terms of like the military.
I'll give you my take. I'll give you my take on that, right? For African American soldiers, right? My opinion is that they should be able to maintain their beards because most of them do have skin conditions, right? But also, right? You look around and there's automatically a lot of pagan and Nordic religions in the military, and all of them have beards. And it is a readiness issue too, having a beard, technically. Now I'm going to tell you why it's readiness.
So hold up, I have a few things to say. I don't know what you mean by specifically skin conditions, but I do want to talk about the fact that specifically it does have racist implications, the not allowing for people to have access to beards, because it is the case that that it can affect people specifically who are black, right? Not being able to go like to shave their beard and their mustache to the same extent because of the impact that it can have, particularly on their skin. So it can have negative and disparate outcomes. I mean, but it is the case that it's not true in all circumstances.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. Yeah, I do. That is one thing that I do not like Pete Hegseth on, is him cracking down the beards. Because, like I said, black soldiers, most of them have that. I don't know exactly what the skin condition is called.
Don't say like most of them or anything like that. But I would definitely say it's going to have a disparate outcome, like a negative impact.
Yeah. So I don't know what this condition is called, but that condition does mainly affect African American soldiers. I'll agree with you on that one. I've stood by that before too, right? But also, right, beards are a readiness issue too. I don't know if you know this, you probably don't, but when you have a beard, right, and the gas mask that the Army uses, right, you cannot put a gas mask on with your beard and properly seal it. So that is a readiness issue. So let's say if we're in combat, right, and, North Korea uses gas, because North Korea is a big fan of using chemical weapons. Who says that, Johnny over here, who claims to be a Nordic pagan, right, who refuses to shave his beard, when that gas attack comes, he can't put his gas mask on and he's going to die. It's a readiness issue. And that is an unnecessary casualty. Do you understand where that's coming from?
So specifically, do you think special forces should be allowed to have beards?
No.
No?
They need to stand for the same standard.
Pete Hegseth allowed for them to.
Yeah, and I disagree with that. Yeah, I think they need to be held to the same standard as the rest of the soldiers. Just because they've done cooler shit and they are special forces, that doesn't give them special privileges. No, they need to be held to the same standard as the rest of the soldiers. That's my opinion.
So you understand that there's going to be distinctions in the context of combat versus like the general military as a whole. So there's a few things that we could talk about as it relates to that. Again, this is all ridiculous shit. None of this shit is relevant, right? This is what I mean. Like, they're just renaming the Department of Defense. They're renaming the Gulf of Mexico. They're renaming a bunch of shit for no fucking reason.
Okay, but like, what do you mean by that last thing you said of like, there's a difference between, like now and war? Once we go to war, like, you'd think that we could just tell all the soldiers with beards to shave and they're going to listen. It's a thing. So the way it works is, right, the military cannot, the way it works is to have a beard.
By the way, they're going to listen now, but they wouldn't listen during wartime. That makes no fucking sense.
No. Let me talk. So the way it works, if you want to have a beard in the military, you need something called a profile, right? And what the profile is, it's given by a medic, right, an Army doctor, and it says this soldier is allowed to have a beard, right? And if the soldier wants, when we go to war, right, everybody has to apply by that profile. If you go against
Why the fuck are we even talking about this? Who gives a... Dude, I'm sorry. The fact that we're even having a conversation about people having beards in the military,
we're having a discussion about readiness
is fucking nuts. I'm sorry.
Readiness.
How the fuck does this relate to our defense of our country?
Because
people having beards. I'm sorry. This is crazy. We do not... Every single person who's in the military does not need to be combat ready at that very fucking second.
What?
Yes. Not every single person in the military is supposed to be combat ready. You understand there's a lot of people who are in the military whose jobs have nothing to do with combat?
Yeah, I know that. But they still need to be combat ready. Because at the end of the day, there's a saying in the military. Every person's in the military's job first job is an infantryman.
They have
When
nothing to do with combat,
shit-
and yet they need to be.
when shit hits the fan-
so by the way,
when shit hits
the
the fan,
people
they're
working
gonna
in
pick up a
IT.
rifle and they're
Wait,
gonna
hold
go
up,
in the
hold up. The people working in IT, they need to be
Yep,
combat
when
ready.
shit hits the fan, they're picking up a rifle and getting in the trenches with us. That is exactly what they're doing.
I can't do it, dude. Mark, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Kelly, with the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Emily, thank you for the $5. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. For Army Vet here, Department of War is the most cringe shit ever. Also, I'm sure this dweeb is highly unliked by his peers and unit. Bent, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Press, thank you so much for the $2. DJ, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Hugo, thank you for the $10. Summer, thank you for the membership subscription. Darsel, thank you for the $5. Josh, for the $5. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up, everyone. If I missed anyone's donations, I do apologize. For people who are on the YouTube, I would really appreciate if you like the stream. Just letting everyone know I'm going to be getting off right now. I appreciate everyone coming through. I'm going to send everyone over to Dean's stream. Go to It's Dean with 2 A's, 2 N's on TikTok, and look up Dean Withers on YouTube if you want to go do a Parker raid right now. I might join his stream at some certain point, but as of right now, I'm going to be getting off. Later, I will be on for a little bit. I'll probably do a stream later tonight, starting 7:30 or 8 p.m. Pacific time tonight. Once my girlfriend is gone, because I'll have some time tonight where I'm not going to be doing stuff. So we'll have another set of debates tonight, everyone. I'll see everyone then. I love everyone so much. Go check out Dean's stream, Parker Raid. Love from Parker. I love everyone so much, everyone. Love from Parker. Parker Raid. I might join in a bit. All right, I love y'all.